Each school site is planning their own pre-service training days prior to the start of the school year, although there will be a district-wide special education training on Thursday, August 19. This year is a categorical program monitoring year for Region 8, which includes our school district. The California Department of Education conducts categorical program monitoring, and school districts are reviewed on a 4-year cycle. Our districts are currently being monitored for before and after school programs, particularly our after school education and safety program, ACES grant, AOK standing for after school, oh my gosh. After school opportunities for kids, AOK, sorry, and the Fiscal Stabilization Fund. This year's program monitoring is an electronic document review only. Yes, the budget cuts have hit the State Department of Education. Since June 7, our Nutrition Services Summer Food Program has received federal funds to provide nutritious lunch for almost 1,000 students every Monday through Friday, and lunches are being served at Franklin Elementary, Santa Barbara Junior High, McKinley Elementary, and La Cumbre Junior High School. The program ends on August 20, and that concludes the superintendent's report.
Okay. Any questions? Go to C2, board comments and correspondence. Mr. Deacon?
I'm going to mention this now because I don't want anyone to get the jump on me, but I have been in touch with the advisor of the Don's Net Cafe, Mrs. B, about having their students design for us some mugs, which I'm going to donate to everyone up here in the dais so that we are no longer using paper cups or drinking out of plastic water bottles. So hold on, they're coming, not till the beginning of school.
Very nice.
Any others? I had the pleasure of attending for a short period of time a little celebration for the Wellness Committee where they honored the chair, Debbie Badger. It was a very pleasant evening, and everybody was happy and good, and it was such a nice change.
That's wellness.
So they're very much appreciated with all that they do. C3, announcement of closed sessions. In B1, student discipline, that will be on the agenda later. In B2, the approval, denial of interdistrict transfer appeals. We had 4 on the agenda. All of the motions were made by Deacon, seconded by Parker. In case 2010-11-23, the motion was to deny. It passed 5-0. 2010/11-29, motion was denied. It passed 4-1 with Dr. Noel the no vote. 2010/11-30, motion was to deny. It passed 5-0. 2010/11-31, the motion was to deny. It passed 5-0. On B3, for the secondary district, again, all the motions were made by Mrs. Deacon and seconded by Mrs. Parker. In case 2010/11-24, the motion was made to grant the appeal. It passed 5-0. 2010/11-25, the motion was to deny. It passed 4-1 with Dr. Noel voting no. 2010/11-26, the motion was to deny. Passed 4-1 with Heron no vote. 2010/11-27, the motion was to deny. Passed 5-0. 2010/11-32, it was postponed till the next meeting. 2010/11-33, the motion was to deny. Motion passed 5-0. On B4, the conference with real property negotiators, we did give direction to the district negotiator, Dr. Sarvis, to proceed with negotiations with the city on the Cesar Chavez property. C4, public comments.
Okay, we have for public comments. This is the time also to comment on items on the consent agenda. You will have 3 minutes. The speakers are Lisa Daniels, followed by Deborah Pentland, followed by Karen Torgerson. Ms. Daniels?
Good evening. My name is Lisa Daniels, and I'm here with fellow Dos Pueblos Engineering Academy Foundation board members, Gary Simpson and John Martinez, and our president, Sandy Seal, as well as other board members, and our director, Mir Abu-Shayr, are out of town and could not be here this evening. So I'm here to speak on item D18 on the consent agenda. And we are here with recent DP Engineering Academy graduates and other DPEA supporters to present the check that will allow the district to move forward with construction of the Dos Pueblos High School Ealing Center for Engineering Education. And I just wanted to say it's been a pleasure to work with the district so far, and we're looking forward to the construction process. And we want to extend an invitation to the school board as well as to district staff to the groundbreaking ceremony that we plan to hold on July 10th at 4 p.m. at Dos Pueblos High School. So here's the check presentation.
July 10th, 4 p.m. If you need $2,345 and $974. $2 million.
So who would like the check?
Actually, you can give it to Meg. I see it's June 29th, so you can deposit it this fiscal year.
Actually, we already have it in our bank.
Yes. And I don't know if any of the other board members want to say anything? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
You can let your other board members know if they want to see this on TV. They can go to channel 18, Saturday night at about 5:20. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh. It may not be on because this is the 5th meeting, or 3rd, so we're not necessarily on that schedule for that meeting, but it'll be on sometime.
That's good. I'm glad you said that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Do we have any public comment that can top that?
Well, our next speaker is Deborah Pentland, followed by Karen Torgerson, followed by Jolyn Boone.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me speak to you tonight. We have such wonderful things in this district. I see them every day, not just with checks, but counselors supporting students, that it's hard for me to bring negative things to the board. But my hope is that we'll take care of them and that we no longer have to have those without rights be less spoken for. Why I come to you tonight is it goes one more step than when our students' rights are violated. Staff is involved, and staff have a reaction in seeing our students' rights validated or crossed. About 3.5 years ago, when we were looking at budget cuts, we were told month after month in health services that the nurses were not going to be cut. The nurses, 24 hours before the board was presented with a budget, much like this year, there was a health cut at the last minute. The underground is very quick to communicate, and we rallied and came. So we came, our nurses were saved that year. The health assistants, we moderated the loss. After that, we felt, God, people really need to understand the role of health. So we went to the cabinet meeting. We went to the cabinet meeting and we tried to explain why health was important, why our staffing was so vital, and that we really just marginal keeping everything safe. we tried to be proactive. At the end of the meeting, the administration looked at the nurses and said, this is how you approach a problem. If you take it to the board, that's how nurses get cut. Now, I know there's debate around teachers feeling pressured. I've seen school psychologists, principals, but there is an issue of retaliation. And if you even look at the tapes of this board meeting, I know this is hard to hear, but if we don't start dealing with it, it's huge. And underneath, there are people who have to live with watching students' rights violated continually. They feel bad about not speaking up. They feel their job is going to be threatened. The FIGMAT brought this up, and it still has not been dealt with. I hoped when FIGMAT came up, it was going to be dealt with. I've approached board members.
30 seconds.
It is a continuous problem. So I hope that if it's on the public agenda, that we take a realistic look on this, because how we treat those that have the least really reflects our character, and character counts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pentland. Karen Torgerson, speaking on item D9 and D10, and followed by Jolynn Boone.
Good evening. I'm a native Santa Barbaran, born and raised here, went to Washington School, went to La Cumbre, went to Santa Barbara High. And I enjoyed the Girl Scout program as in the 1960s and 1970s at Washington and La Cumbre. And that program gave me incredible experiences. But I'm here speaking on behalf of Boy Scouts of America today. My husband and I have a son. He has been in the scouting program now for 10 years. Started at 7, he's now 17. That close to being an Eagle Scout. Oh gosh, sorry. I think it's absolutely wonderful that the Girl Scouting program is being offered to the at-risk schools. It's a program that will do wonders for these girls. But the Boy Scouts would like to express a desire to offer the program of Cub Scouting to these young at-risk boys. We are not asking for funds at all. We have the way the program is set up, it can be self-sufficient. Each group can be self-sufficient. We don't need the funds. But all we are asking is that we be given the same access that's been given to the Girl Scouts, so that these little boys may experience the leadership and service opportunities that are being offered to the girls. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Torgerson. Jolynn Boone.
Good evening. On the heels of Karen Torgerson's talk, I'd like to also make a request regarding the Scouts. I'm a Cub Master in Pac 11, which meets at McKinley School, and I've been a Scout parent since 1992, so I'm kind of getting on in years with the organization too. And we've typically had anywhere from 7 to 30 boys, and we hover around 15. And I think it's a really great program that emphasizes 12 core values and particularly promotes the learning of skills and self-reliance and responsibility. Family involvement is encouraged but not required, so that if a boy doesn't have a parent who could come with him, he can still join and do all of the activities. And I would like to see some kind of a boys' character development program like the Girl Scouts or like the Boy Scouts incorporated into these after-school programs, especially for the at-risk youth. As Karen mentioned, the cost is minimal for a boy to join. I think right now it's in the neighborhood of $15 per year, but scholarships are available, work study is available, and there's the organizational support through the local Scout Council office, so it's would not necessarily require any input from the school. Again, we'd just like to be able to make it available for the boys. So I'm just asking for you to consider how we can offer an after-school enrichment program for especially the at-risk youth. Thanks for your time.
Who should they talk to about something like that, Dr. Sarvis? or Mrs. Waske?
Debbie Badger, who
Debbie.
is our coordinator for
Okay.
AOK.
Thank you. Mrs. Cordero?
Would it come back before us as this one did?
Yes, it would.
Okay, thank you.
Is that?
That concludes public comment.
We'll go to C5, acceptance of donations.
Move to accept with appreciation.
I'll second that.
Discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried unanimously. On the consent calendar, anybody have any to pull? Dr. Noel?
D2.
Anybody else? I'd like to pull D13 and D18. Okay. Do you have a motion for the balance?
Move to approve the remainder.
Second?
Discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. On the balance of the agenda, it's my understanding that F6 is pulled, and I believe F4 will be pulled. Are those two correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So if anybody's waiting for F6 or F4, we won't be discussing those. We now go to item E, action agenda. E1, approval of Resolution 2009/10-58 of the Board of Education of the Santa Barbara Elementary School District, ordering a school bond election, establishing specifications of the election order, and requesting consolidation with the other elections.
This is the first of two items. This is at the elementary level. The next item is at the secondary level. This is in follow-up to the presentation the board received as a response to our employing Godby Research to do polling in the community to determine how much support there is in the community for bond levies. And Eric Smith, our deputy superintendent, will make this presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Sarvis. As Brian alluded to, on March 23rd, the board retained Godby Research to conduct a community opinion survey regarding the viability of potential bond measures, both in the elementary and secondary district. Godby was asked to survey the community regarding the attractiveness of local bond measures, as well as the tax rate that would be sufficient to garner enough support to exceed the 55% threshold requirement under a Proposition 39 bond measure. On June 22nd of this year, Godby reported back to the board with their findings, and the findings were overwhelmingly in support of both bond measures. It's important to talk about some of the assumptions that were tested. In both proposed bond measures, there's an assumption that we would maintain the existing tax rate. By existing, I mean $13.98 per $100,000 of assessed valuation in the secondary district and $12.48 per $100,000 of assessed valuation in the secondary district. I think I had those reversed, using a maximum term of 40 years. Using those assumptions, we could generate about $35 million in the elementary district and about $75 million in the secondary district. In order for the board to pursue these measures, they would have to take an affirmative action on the attached resolution and attachments by tonight, given that the County Elections Division is holding us to a 123-day notice requirement as opposed to an 88-day notice requirement traditionally used under a Proposition 39 bond. So the fiscal impact of actually running the election for the bond measures would be substantially similar to Measure H and Measure I at about $80,000. That would be split on a 70-30 basis between the secondary and elementary district. We did have that already budgeted. I think our election number just rolled over from the last time we had an election, which was inclusive of both board members and a parcel tax election, so we kind of lucked out in that respect. So the fiscal impact is it's already budgeted. I should point that out. The board would have to affirmatively act not only in the resolution, which includes the abbreviated statement of the ballot measure, but also Exhibit A, which is the specific school facility projects to be funded, Exhibit B, the full text of the measure, Exhibit C, which is the tax rate statement, and also the certification, once those are actually affirmatively acted on. As Dr. Sarvis alluded to, we've done these in two separate items because we have two separate constituencies. Although I hope this wouldn't be the case, but there's always the possibility that the board could affirmatively act on one and not the other. So that's why we've structured that. So I know that the board probably has questions or concerns or comments about some of the attachments. So I'd be more than happy to answer any questions or take any suggestions at this time on the elementary item.
Did you say the $12.48 per $100 of assessment?
There's a typo, $100,000.
Per 100,000?
Yeah. And just so you know, that approximately the average assessed valuation in the elementary district is $529,435 using 910 data, and in the secondary district, it's $683,200. So there's a typo. It's $100,000 of assessed valuation.
Those are the average valuations?
Those are the averages.
Other questions?
I do have questions, but maybe we could hear public comment before we do questions?
Okay, did you want to make a motion to get it, to structure the discussion?
I don't, because
Okay.
I know there are going to be a number of changes to it, so.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Damian Barrett, who is here to speak, followed by Joe Andrulaitis, followed by Amy Alzina, and there will
Damien Barnett, Principal, Washington Elementary School. I'm just here to thank Dr. Sarvis and the board for getting this on the agenda and to let you know, the board, that this would be a very important thing to our sites, and our sites definitely need the facilities upgrade that this bond would allow us to happen. I know at Washington specifically, the 1998 parcel tax or bond, whatever it was at the time, was going to provide a library, which didn't come through, and we're still have plans for that structure, and I think our students could benefit greatly from such a project. And I know there are other projects across the district that would just benefit students as well. So just to let you know, I think you already do know, from a site perspective, facilities bond measure would be well received and much needed. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barnett. Joe Andrulaitis, followed by Amy Alzina, followed by Mark Caprito.
Good evening, board members. My name is Joe Andrulaitis. I'm a proud Peabody parent and I'm an architect, and I'm also the chair of the Facilities Committee for Peabody Charter School. We're in the midst of assessing a repair and maintenance issue report for the school, and we're in full support of the bond measure, and we've identified 4 potential projects that would benefit from the bond measure. We have an old heating system that's been running on a boiler that's the original boiler for the administration building that was installed in 1927. So it's very inefficient and could use an upgrade. We need a new roof and paint for our kindergarten building, some playground resurfacing, and we have a few portables that are beyond repair that would need replacing. So I'm sure those would benefit greatly from the bond measure, and we hope that you support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Andrulaitis. Amy Alzina, followed by Mark Caprito. Dr. Caprito, did you want to speak to this item or to item E2? Okay.
Thank you. I just want to echo what Damian just spoke about, all of our schools needing the help that for our infrastructure. I want to talk about Adams Elementary School in particular, is that the building was built over 50 years ago, and little has been done to maintain the facilities, largely in part because of lack of funding, and just the infrastructure is just so old, it needs major repairs. Also, the Adams has been waiting for a library since 1998. We still have the plans, we're just ready to implement those plans. So I'm confident that if we bring this bond to to the citizens of Santa Barbara that it will get passed. And I know with the support of the administrators and as well as promoting this, I think all of our schools can benefit immensely from this. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alzina. That concludes public comment on this item.
Discussion. Mrs. Parker?
My one question on the elementary bond was on Exhibit A, which has the list of specific school facilities projects to be funded. There's one elementary school that's not on the list at all. That's the Santa Barbara Community Academy. And there are two that, like the Santa Barbara Community Academy, are located on junior high sites, and that's OAS and Santa Barbara Charter School. And given that the bond is for permanent facilities work, if those schools, we ever decided to move them, which could very possibly happen, it's the secondary district that will benefit from the facilities work, not the elementary district. And so I'm wondering if it makes more sense for those three schools to have their work done through item E2, the secondary facilities bond. And I just wanted to get some feedback from administrators on that. Or legal counsel.
Dave, do you want to address that? Or?
I can address some of the history in that we've done it both ways in the past. If you look specifically at something like Santa Barbara Community Academy, what they need is a permanent restroom facility, which would most likely be one similar to the one we just put at Washington, which would be a relocatable on a concrete foundation, so it could be moved if it needed to be. And it needs a fire line run into that area where those two portables are, and those portables are elementary district-owned portables on a secondary site for Community Academy, so we have a little bit of everything. If you look at OAS, the permanent classrooms that they're housed in at La Colina, those classrooms were upgraded under Measure V, the classrooms themselves. At one time, rent was paid between districts. I don't think rent is paid at this time between districts. So there's lots of ways that the board could structure things, I think, and you can make an argument for any way you wanted to do it. So it would make sense if the facilities upgrades are going to be on a secondary site, but some of those items could possibly be moved. In other words, if you had a playground equipment at one site, it could be moved along with that site if it was ever moved, even though it was originally placed on a secondary site.
I think I want to hear what Mr. Price has to say.
Yeah, I'd like to speak to that as well. I know in the past, if it was a secondary site, even though it housed an elementary school, we used secondary funding. Although we have since, through our facilities master plan, made a formal move to permanently locate those elementary sites like OAS, Santa Barbara Charter School, on these secondary campuses. We did the same thing with Santa Barbara Community Academy. So it further confuses the issue.
I think an additional consideration is that residents and voters in the high school district outside the city of Santa Barbara could have a concern if dollars were going to be spent in their high school bond to benefit Santa Barbara elementary schools. Obviously, residents in the outlying districts, the so-called feeder districts, pay taxes to their local elementary district. And I know that this board has been very scrupulous in maintaining a separation in that regard, and I think there would be ways in the future, should there be changes in the sites of these schools, to make some sort of a fair adjustment that would be appropriate for everyone.
Well, then I'll follow up with that. In the case, it might make some sense to split one school away from the other two, and that is Santa Barbara Charter, and put that into the secondary district bond in particular, given what you said, since the majority of those students are actually not in Santa Barbara Elementary District. And so we would then be asking Santa Barbara Elementary voters to approve facilities work for students that were not from their boundaried areas.
So we would put Santa Barbara Community Academy on
On
this
this
elementary
list,
list.
and then add
we
Santa
would
Barbara, and
move
shift Santa Barbara Charter
charter
over
to the secondary
to the
list.
secondary list.
Well, that's, I mean, from my standpoint, that's a political question as far as what the impact of that would be. You also have to ask whether or not that would be pleasing or displeasing to the voters in the Goleta area.
It's a question.
Okay, Mrs. Deacon.
Well, and there are junior high school students at Santa Barbara Charter, not very many, but, so we've got both secondary and elementary school students on that one site.
Yes, that's also, yes.
And OAS is also on it, yeah, but.
Right, and Santa Barbara
but
Charter is
nothing-
actually a separate charter for their secondary students.
Mrs. Cordero?
As we do with a lot of our items where there seems to be kind of a joint use situation, could we adopt a percentage share for the schools that overlap?
You mean like a 70-30% split?
Like, yes.
It's pretty much universal throughout the district. That's the split we use.
But I don't know if it just confuses things to try to put that on these exhibits instead of just sort of assigning a placement for them.
That would be my concern, is that them showing up on both ballots, especially for constituents that voted on both. I think that might be problematic.
Dr. Noel?
Mrs. Parker's other point about Santa Barbara Community Academies simply not being on here, is that an oversight?
That's an oversight, and that does need to be on this list, yes.
Mrs. Deacon?
Well, I don't know if I guess we've resolved that. My thinking was along another line, and as I read these in both of them, but I'll talk about elementary first, my main concern is, and first of all, I really support this bond measure a lot. Having visited the sites and having been a parent at these schools, I know how much work there needs to be done. So my concern is making sure that if we approve this, that it can pass. And so with that, I looked at both the abbreviated description and also the exhibit lists. And because I guess maybe it's my journalism training where I want to get the who and the what at the beginning of a paragraph, I did rewrite this short 75-word statement, and I have copies here to provide for board members. I have no personal pride of ownership in this, and if people don't think that the changes make sense, that won't bother me. But the one thing that I would like to think about how we can include, and I've been talking with Mr. Smith about this, and he's actually run some of this by our bond council. To me, one of the main selling points for this bond is the fact that we're only extending existing rates. We're not increasing existing rates. And so I would like to find a way to include that sentiment somewhere in here, because I think that's really important for voters to know. And I think they, as we saw in other local districts, they responded to those kinds of arguments. I do understand we can't promise that the rates might never go up. Obviously, when we borrow money from the taxpayers and we ask them to help us pay off the loan, there may be rare instances where, say, a natural disaster a fire could eliminate homes off the property tax rolls, that therefore the money would have to be split among fewer numbers of property tax payers. But I think that's a small possibility, at least historically. I don't think we've seen that really happen. So at any rate, in this blurb that you see at the top, and I've separated it both for elementary and secondary, at the end I say, through an extension of existing rates on assessed property tax valuation. And I don't know, Mr. Smith, if you had a chance to hear back from bond council on this or not.
Yeah, I did. I forwarded you the email.
Okay, I didn't get that one.
They had similar concerns with the draft language, and I'll probably defer to Craig, because we talked about this a little bit, but basically, we need to be careful about, in the 75 words, what the covenant with the community actually is, because if you're going to assert that tax rates will never change over the term, then basically we could always have that situation where, since they're backed by the full faith and credit of taxpayers, that might not be the case because of the situation that you just mentioned. So we're a little bit concerned about that, and they had similar concerns about the second pass you had it as well. So one of the thoughts I had is being more conservative with respect to the 75 words. Obviously, the Citizens Campaign can take that message and deliver it, and doesn't have the kind of a target on their back like we do, in the event that you had some disgruntled taxpayers group that was unhappy because the tax rate deviated by a cent. And we said it was going to be maintained at $12.48 over 40 years, or whatever the term might be. So I don't know, Craig, if you want to add to that at all?
Well, just to say that when I read the proposed resolution, I had precisely the same thought in mind, because obviously it's very important for the public to understand that there is the full expectation that tax rates or the amounts of taxes paid will not increase, period. However, I understand from talking to Eric and through bond counsel that he really discourages making those kinds of statements because of, very minor variations that are theoretically possible down the road and what it could do to us. And as Eric just said, I think that the associated language supporting the measure and all the campaign that would be conducted by, obviously, by a group other than your board can and needs to really hone in on that, because it's critical.
I agree, thank you, and I guess maybe we do just have to do that and really make sure that the word gets out, because I know in so much of the literature about a recent successful measure, there was a promise basically that rates wouldn't go up, and in newspaper endorsements and a variety of endorsements, that was cited as one of the reasons why that measure was supported. And so I guess I'm taking the opportunity to say that now, that I think that that's a really important component of this. So,
and I just want, I'm in agreement with what you're saying. I just think a Citizens Committee has a lot more latitude to make those representations without adverse repercussions in comparison to the board.
right, I understand. And for what it's worth, if people want to look at how I reordered things here a little bit, like I said, I don't really have any pride of ownership here, but I thought it was nice to get the subject, which is the Santa Barbara School District, up at the front instead of the end.
Mrs. Parker?
I really like what you've written, Mrs. Deacon, in terms of moving the subject to the front of the measure instead of towards the end of the measure. So I would heartily agree with that slight wording change. In the full text of the measure, there is one little change that I think might be wise for us to make, and that's the last bullet, which is construct maintenance and operations facility.
What page?
B1, it's Exhibit B, at the bottom of the full text of the measure. Instead of saying construct maintenance and operations facility, switch that to renovate or construct maintenance and operations facilities as needed. Just to give us a little bit more flexibility for renovate or construct maintenance and operations facilities as needed.
Would you want it and or, just to?
I think it's inclusive if you use the
Okay.
the or. Okay, we can say renovate, because we have repair or replace restroom facilities. There are other situations
Okay.
where we use or when we mean it could be both, or either one, just depending on the particular situation. We can switch it to and/or.
You wouldn't have an and.
Any place that we have an or, we could switch it to and/or.
I'm just thinking that literally, I mean, it would be unlikely that you renovated a maintenance facility and constructed a maintenance facility.
Uh-huh.
Unless you, I know your guys
Right.
are
She used plural, she said facilities.
facilities,
I use facilities.
which would imply there's going to be more than one.
Well, then the question
Well,
is,
I can-
what is a facility?
Because I was thinking there's one single building here, there's another building, you might be next to it. I mean, there's a,
It would give you more flexibility with respect to anything that was construed as a maintenance facility.
mhm.
Yeah.
I think, and to me,
Yeah.
and/or makes more sense. but-
I think Mr. Hetyonk had a good suggestion. What about, similar to the language we use up where it says repair or replace, we could say repair, replace, or construct? And use it for the restrooms.
Repair, replace,
Or construct.
or construct restroom facilities, and then repair, replace,
Just use a consistent,
or construct maintenance and operations facilities.
yes.
I would think on the restrooms, it might need an and/or because we would have so many, well, no, never mind.
It's just gonna, you know,
It'll,
there's so many.
whatever the site is.
Yeah, it'll be, depend on the individual site. Then I would just want to clarify on Exhibit A, that we add Santa Barbara Community Academy to that list, and that we switch the wording from Santa Barbara Charter School to Santa Barbara Charter Elementary School, and Open Alternative School Elementary Program. And then we can add their middle school programs to E2.
Mrs. Deacon?
Since we're making some changes in the text here, and again, I guess it's the teacher in me, I've got my handouts here with me this evening, but I did make some recommendations on Exhibit B for the elementary that I'd like to share. One of the things I did, and again, what's motivating me is thinking about how the voters will respond and what is most appealing to them. And so I reordered some of the first ones. The very first one we have listed here, and I know some of these, rank ordering here probably came from the Godby results, but I think there is a feeling based on Measure V that a lot of those funds went to DSA kinds of, I'm sorry, not ADA kinds of upgrades. And so I think there may be members of the public that if they see that one as first, they'll think, well, we already spent a lot of money doing that, and it's important, and I definitely want to keep it in the top 5. But the thing that came out in the Godby results was the leaks at the roof and the roofs was right up the top. So, and I think the libraries are really key. So I took a stab at rank ordering these. I think the ones I've identified as numbers 7 and 8, to my mind could be consolidated, because I think security and safety systems also could include fire detection, alarms, emergency communication. So, you know, the shorter the list, the better in my mind. So I propose consolidating that one. One other thing I'm concerned about is furniture, because we have talked a lot about how dilapidated and deteriorated a lot of our furniture is, and we do know that this facility, this bond money could be used for furniture, and so I wanted to call that out because I want to make sure that, you know, we get it in here. So on this bullet point, about 2/3 of the way down, that says modernize classrooms at all schools, I put comma, including upgrading and/or replacing deteriorated furniture. And that could go somewhere else, but I would like to get the furniture in here somewhere. And I also would like to do that for secondary, and I have another handout for secondary.
I had the same comment from another board member earlier. Actually, the Ed Code's pretty prescriptive about not allowing GO bonds to be used for portable furniture. You can use
Is that
it-
right? I thought
yes.
we had heard
You
that
can use
you
it for
could.
permanent furniture, such things as like fold-out tables, dishwashers, anything that's attached to wall systems. But GO bonds have always been fairly prohibitive relative to portable furniture.
Oh, sorry to hear that. Okay, we'll cross that one off.
See, I just decreased the text.
All right. Can I go ahead and, at this
Yes.
point, make a motion to approve, I want to get the resolution 2009/10-58 of the Board of Education of the Santa Barbara Elementary School District to order a school bond election, establishing specifications of the election order and requesting a consolidation with other elections with materials and wording as amended.
Second?
Does that include the reordering, as Mrs. Deacon
Yes.
mentioned here? That includes the repair, replace, and construct
Yes,
for bathrooms and maintenance and operations.
yes.
That includes Santa Barbara Community Academy added to the list. And then you had 2 name changes on OAS and Santa Barbara Charter. I didn't get those, but there's two name changes
Right.
there.
Clarifying that it's for their elementary programs.
And this question about the furniture?
That's taken off.
And we're going to combine 7, the 2 bullets by 7 and into 1 bullet.
Yes.
Okay. Anything further? Mrs. Deacon?
So regarding the abbreviated
Oh, that's
statement,
okay.
my only concern, and thank
Can we do
you,
that?
Mrs.
Let's do that one separately. Can we do that as a motion separately?
Sure, I'd be happy
Yeah,
to.
let's
pull
pass
that
this
through.
motion and, okay. All in favor, say aye.
Well, just a minute.
Dr. Noel?
Would you, I don't think it's entirely clear, at least, what you just separated.
The new wording of the 75 words.
I'm just
Not sure
pulling
you
out
can
from
do
my
that.
motion, if
The
it's
se-
okay with the seconder, I'm pulling out the short abbreviated statement of 75 words, and we'll discuss that a little bit further.
So your motion
Could-
includes Exhibit A and Exhibit B as amended, but not the 75-word descriptor.
Correct.
Excuse me,
Yeah.
Mr. President, I think it would be far preferable to have there be one motion covering the entirety of what's before you.
Well, if that's what you say.
Okay, I'm putting it back in now, Mr.
Yeah,
Aaron.
okay, now let's discuss the wording on the 75 words.
The one thing I just want to say is, if we consolidate them, we need to make sure it's no longer than 75 words. So we're going to have to count words here, I think.
You,
I would, Mr. President?
Dr. Noel?
Yeah, and I also like Mrs. Deacon's rewording, except there's one part that I find a little awkward at the end. And that is legal interest rates, comma, with no money for administrators' salaries and monitored by a Citizens Oversight Committee. And I like some of the, well, I would say, and with oversight by a Citizens Committee. I think monitored is not as strong a word as oversight, and I think that's very important.
I'm fine with that, and I
wait,
don't,
how many words does that add?
we need to,
actually,
we
I
need to
just-
At
count words
74.
now.
I just took out a word.
Okay, if you took out a word, then,
No, I added with. I didn't take out a word.
So my computer counted words with a slash as just 1, but when I counted it, I was counting it as 2, and I have no idea what the county elections office does.
Let me.
Are we at
let's-
64?
Let me get
No,
back
it's
control.
74.
Let's. Dr. Noel, can you tell me what word you added in?
On that line, with no money for administrator salaries, administrator salaries, yes, administrative salaries, that's another question, but, and then and right after and, crossed out monitor and with oversight by a citizens, crossed out oversight there, by a citizens committee. Just read a little more smoothly for me, and again, it stressed the oversight issue.
So with oversight by a citizens committee.
That's correct.
okay, so you removed one as well, so that should
Oh, but
equal
I-
out.
Yes, I did. No, yeah.
You
But
added,
is
you
it-
removed one and added one, so it should be equal.
I'm awash in terms of word count.
No, by
It's a wash.
Citizens Committee,
yeah.
not Citizens Oversight.
He moved oversight and he changed monitor to with, so there was no net change.
That's the way I count.
What about the last sentence, or the last part of the sentence, starting with through an extension. Is that still going to be in there?
No, I think we should work off of this.
Yeah, can, Mr. Smith?
I would recommend that you work off what's listed on page 3 in the resolution.
Dr. Noel and Mrs. Deacon, can we listen to Mr. Smith?
I'm just suggesting that we work off what's included on page 3 within the resolution.
What section are you talking about,
He-
Mr.
The
Smith?
75 words as presented in our documents, rather than try to take Mrs. Deacon's, we want to make sure everything is covered.
What's the case for that?
Section 9 in the abbreviate, the cases, so I could follow it. That's, because that's, we already have the text there, so if we're going to modify the text, then it's easier for us to track it since it's included here.
Are you,
I guess I'm asking how substantive the changes are going to be, and I'm still a little unclear on that.
you've seen this. I mean, the big change is simply moving the name of the district from the,
We have one copy here. It's just, and the order's a slight bit different, correct? The students.
Yeah, there's some changes. I
Right.
mean, the word local, there's the word local up at the top rather than at the bottom. There's some difference in the ordering. And that was more, I was just trying to fit it into 75 words, which is why I did that.
And Mrs. Deacon, even when I counted it, each one of those separately, I still came up with 74, so.
But are you going to drop off the last part of that last sentence? Through an extension of existing rates on assessed property tax evaluation. Are you dropping that off?
No, I counted that in.
'Cause I think that's what,
That went away.
that has to go
then
away.
that's why it's really short.
That's
Well,
one-
then,
one
we
fewer
could
word.
add back in, I know Dr. Well made a suggestion about the citizens' oversight. The original language here is powerful in that it says, "A citizens' oversight committee to ensure funds are spent only on local school improvements." I mean, we might, I'll have to count, we might be able to add that back.
Why is local important there? Is that not implied since it's an elementary district bond?
That was emphasized in the poll.
I think people do care, because I think the point is the money stays in our district.
And it does work with the number of words. I'm sorry,
Mrs. Cordero?
I'm saying that numerically it does work if we just extended our sentence by a citizens committee and just then continued that sentence to ensure funds are spent only on local school improvements. It still fits within the 75 words.
And then Dr. Noel raised a good punctuation point, which originally there were a lot of semicolons in this the original 75-word passage. We may not need them. Mrs. Cordero, I don't know if you want to look at them quickly. We may be able to do with commas there.
Well, Mrs. Cordero?
I was just going to comment that grammatically, that there are some we don't need, but I don't know if legally they represent something else. If in legal term or in legal constructions, there are reasons for having them there.
Let me just ask a question to all of you. In the first, the main difference on these two versions is that shall the Santa Barbara Elementary School provide adequate classrooms? It's getting that sentence up at the top. So if you look at Mrs. Deacon's wording, down to where we added, per Mr. Noel, and with oversight by citizens committee to ensure funds are spent only on local school improvements, does that cover what we're trying to do? Because it appears, Mrs. Deacon, you just reordered the words from the 75 in the document and little different order, but all the words are still there.
That's right.
Yeah,
I
so-
don't, I hope everyone checks. I don't want to leave any single one of these things out, but I think they're all there.
Just one point, if I could, Mr. President, then, on Mrs. Deacon's last point. I'm just reading this for the first time, just this minute, but in the language in the proposed resolution, in the third line, it refers to these things being done, quote, at all schools, close quote. I don't see that in your text, and I don't know if that's intentional and how the board feels about that. But there is the equity issue, I think, that could be on some people's minds.
That's a good point. And I thought it referred only to libraries, but I took it out just for brevity. So if we think it needs to be back in there.
I think one of the things, if you don't have that in there and you decide to use a portion of the GO bond for your deferred maintenance match, you would be prohibited from using it across all schools in the district. So to preserve flexibility, I would suggest that you would reinsert that.
And that messes up the word count.
I'm almost, I'm reluctant to tell you guys this, but the district's name counts as one word.
Oh, okay. There we go. At all schools, put it back in. And then we can be done, Mr. Smith.
Why did you want to keep that from us?
We should have learned that when we
Because
ran
I want to
for
get home
office.
before midnight.
If you put at all schools at the beginning, then it applies all the way down. Would that
Yes.
distort the meaning or clarify the meaning?
Where
To
exactly?
improve the
now?
quality of education at all schools by, and then you've got a clean list without that.
Mrs. Cordero?
I think part of the, because I had understood that to refer to the libraries as well. And I think part of the appeal of this bond measure will be to some of the schools who did not have the libraries built under the previous bond. And so I'd prefer to emphasize that. And so if we're looking at Ms. Deacon's wording, if we said, shall the Santa Barbara School District provide adequate classrooms, science labs, libraries, and technology at all schools?
Yeah, because you're away, so you should be fine.
Well, are we gonna do all of these things at all schools?
Yes.
Or just,
Well-
or just certain ones and not others?
Well,
Because otherwise, the all schools is in the wrong place.
See, I'm not sure we're gonna be able to replace infrastructure systems at all schools.
I don't know, Art.
Yeah, you have to, I think, excuse me, you have to remember, we're talking about adequate, the word adequate's in there, which doesn't mean equal. If a school has a dramatic library, you won't get a new library. It's to give adequate. So I would suggest putting that all schools after the word provide.
I think that's a good idea.
Ah.
And
That's a-
infrastructure
that's a
could
better
be,
place.
it could be a sewer line at McKinley, it could be HVAC at Dos Pueblos. I mean, it's not,
That's very good.
So I'd like to see at all schools come after the word provide.
By providing at all schools, is that what you're saying?
No, provide at all schools adequate classrooms. Mr. Herron, would you be willing to read the measure?
To improve quality of local education, shall the Santa Barbara Elementary School District provide at all schools adequate classrooms, science labs, libraries, and technology, repair/replace outdated electrical, plumbing, heating / ventilation, infrastructure systems, and deteriorated portable classrooms, fix leaking roofs, and improve disabled student access by issuing $35 million in bonds at legal interest rates with no money for administrator salaries and with oversight by a citizens committee to ensure funds are spent only on local school improvements.
That is the abbreviated statement that I would accept with my motion.
Mr. Price?
Just along with me, I just want to be sure with the grammarians and English teachers and others among you, go back and check what it is in the preceding language that is going to relate to deteriorated portable classrooms. I want to make sure that you're not providing for deteriorated portable classrooms.
It's supposed to refer to the repair, replace.
Let's see.
Repair, replace.
It says repair, replace outdated electrical, plumbing, heating, ventilation, infrastructure systems, and deteriorated portable classrooms. So it's repair, replace them.
Okay, I'm just looking at the punctuation.
That's correct.
Would it be possible to have this typed up and put up there? I think for the public and as a matter of record, I understand last week there was a vote on something that was terribly confusing and that members of the public don't know what was really voted on. And I've always felt that when a motion involves something where the wording is really critically important, that we ought to see it, and the public ought to see exactly what we're voting on. It's very hard to follow it in a conversation like this.
And I would just add, if I could, I think after where it says fix leaking roofs, I think that needs to be a semicolon, consistent with the earlier punctuation.
Do we have anybody who can type this up?
Well, I have it with notes right here. Can I
Okay,
just put it up?
on the, just put it on the.
Good. I mean, that's,
Yeah.
I appreciate that. And I'm sure
Robin,
members of the public will also.
Couldn't you go do it over on Dave's machine? And then, couldn't we do it on your machine and then put it up there? Yeah, let Robin go over there. I'm not sure Meg's gonna be able to get it right, though. That's my concern.
No, that's not exactly what I had in mind. There. That's better.
So provide at all schools, add a semicolon after roofs. Instead of monitored, have with, move the oversight to by a citizens committee, in front of citizens committee. Take off that last part of the sentence and extend after the word committee to ensure no comma after committee, to ensure funds are spent only on local school improvements.
Sounds good to me.
I don't know if this makes things easier or harder, but to be consistent, we probably should do something like this for secondary too, and I know we're going to get to that.
Yeah, we'll get to that. Any questions?
Forgive me, but the language is important. I just want to make sure that you capture the nuance. If I'm reading this correctly, the place where you have inserted at all schools only modifies the words that follow that up to the semicolon. In other words, the repair, replace is not modified by at all schools, nor is what follows.
I certainly see that point.
Yeah, and I think that problem existed actually in the language that we were given then as well too, because it was embedded in one of the providing but not repairing and replacing. So
Yeah, in the existing language, it says adequate classrooms, science labs, technology, and libraries at all schools, including disabled student access, but none of the rest was. Yeah.
So you're right, and I think we just need to move it somewhere where it modifies everything then, which would be in the.
May I weigh in on that?
Yes, Dr. Sarvis.
I believe based based on polling, I believe that was intentional on the part of Godby Research and on part of the, of Addison in developing this language, and I really think they intended that first clause, providing adequate classrooms, science labs, they put technology next, and libraries at all schools. I think that was intended to apply to all schools, and the rest might not apply to all schools.
Mrs. Godero?
Well, that was my earlier concern, is that, again, I think that the at all schools was intended to emphasize, particularly libraries.
Libraries, yes.
At all schools, since we have some schools that don't have libraries. And that was one of the issues that the Godby survey identified as being significant to voters. So I'm okay with the fact that the at all schools where it is located modifies only that first list.
Actually,
I would even be willing, but although I was only the seconder of the motion, I wasn't the maker, to revert back to the way that the list was originally written, so that it ends with, and libraries at all schools.
I would suggest you return to that language as well.
So the implication being then that we, at all schools, do not apply to everything after that semicolon after technology?
Right.
Repair, replace outdated electrical, plumbing, heating, ventilation, infrastructure systems, and deteriorated portable classrooms, fixed leaking roofs.
But
That's at some schools, not all schools.
But
Okay.
as long as you have flexibility to do it at all schools, you're just not making the commitment that you are. That's my only concern, is that your hands aren't tied from using the proceeds at all schools for those purposes, especially vis-a-vis, deferred maintenance.
Okay, but, so implicit is after that semicolon, at some schools. Is that what Mr. Price was saying also?
I would suggest you return to technology and libraries at all schools.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And as the maker of the motion, I'd be willing to accept that change.
Okay.
And I do as a seconder.
I don't well, I mean, all is the universal modifier, and it does somewhat suggest that we're going to do libraries at all schools, and in fact, that's a sum rather than an all, is it not?
I still think the word adequate has to be
Adequate
taken,
libraries.
adequate libraries. It doesn't say new libraries at all schools. It says adequate libraries, adequate technology, adequate labs, adequate classrooms.
Okay, so we can't see it, but there's a semicolon after that at all schools, right?
Okay? Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Now do we go to, keep that up there because let's see.
Did anybody do a word count on that? I'm sure we were way under, but.
I think it's 73.
Okay.
Now, if we're not, we will take the liberty to remove a word or whatever it takes to get to that 75.
Now that motion we made covers everything you need on that motion?
That's correct.
Thank you.
That includes the consolidation and everything?
everything, and I believe there's a certification that the board president needs to make, and we can do that after the meeting.
Okay, but, so the motion we passed includes all that you need?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. Let's go to the secondary district, which is E2. Do you have comments on E2 that are any different than E1?
I could give you the same presentation again, but in the interest of time, you might want to just dive right
Okay.
into it.
I have one question real fast, is what, can we add the cafeteria at Santa Barbara High School?
Yeah, you're talking on exhibit.
Exhibit B.
Yeah, I think we need to do that.
Can we have some wording for that, Dr. Sarvis, and placement on this list?
Mr. Herron, could I make
Mrs. Parker?
an even broader suggestion that would include the school cafeteria, unless you particularly feel that that needs to be called out? The elementary district had wording that's not in the secondary district full text, and that wording is repair, update, and replace aging school infrastructure. And that's not on the secondary list. And I think it should be. And that could include things like damaged parking lots, that otherwise I don't see where they could get fixed. It can include the school cafeteria, which otherwise I don't see where it would get fixed.
I would like, personally, I'd like to see the cafeteria as a specific item. We have the high school theater, we have new buildings at San Marcos. I mean, to me, that redoing that high school cafeteria should be on here specifically, so there's no question that our intent was to make sure we try to work on that.
All right, I would hope that that would be added in addition to
Yeah,
the
and
repair.
I was thinking that perhaps with respect to the Santa Barbara High School cafeteria, we could use the repair, replace, or construct language that we
For
used
Santa
for
Barbara
high school
school,
cafeteria.
Can we say kitchen? since it's-
Kitchen,
Yeah,
yeah.
Santa Barbara High School cafeteria
kitchen.
/ kitchen replacement, or?
Well, it's really just the kitchen that needs the work for the most part, and the rest would fall under repair, replace, or renovate
'cause it would be an
infrastructure.
either or. That's what I would think.
Can Dr.
Say that again?
I thought that we'd use similar language to what we
Say
used,
it
repair, replace, or construct, because that would give the board the greatest amount of latitude based on the
And/or-
conditions
and/or
there.
construct.
Or construct. Kitchen / cafeteria at Santa Barbara High School.
That sounds good.
And your language, Mrs. Parker, was which on this?
We just need a separate bullet that says repair, update, and replace aging school infrastructure,
Did you get it?
just in
Okay.
general. And then,
The-
it's repair, update, and replace aging school infrastructure, the same text as from E1. And then my one other suggestion on the full text part is that we have the maintenance and operations language match. It's actually two other suggestions. Have the maintenance and operations match. And then for where it says renovate the Santa Barbara High School Theater, the La Cumbre Theater also needs new seats, and that's not on here. So my suggestion would be renovate school theaters that predate World War II.
Say that again?
Renovate school theaters that predate World War II.
Would that by definition include
Yes.
Santa Barbara Junior High School?
Yeah.
Yes, but as needed. You
As
could put
need-
in
okay.
as needed.
Okay.
Because I don't think Santa Barbara Junior needs it at this point.
No. Dr. Noel?
There's one thing that is, in my opinion, missing that I would like to see a bullet point added, and that's, it might go after where it says provide modern classroom technology, computers, and wireless connections at all schools. Is that provide modern career technical education facilities at the junior high schools and high schools. And we've kind of let them atrophy And some of them are beautiful, were beautiful facilities. I'm thinking of La Cumbre.
Could you say that again, please?
Yes, provide modern CTE, spelled out, facilities at junior and senior high schools.
Is that a separate bullet, or are you adding it to one of these?
In my notes, I have it as a new bullet.
I agree with you, Dr. Nolan.
I
Could I-
actually really like that, because I've all along hoped that this bond would fund exactly that.
Mr. President?
And I think that that will be very important for a lot of voters.
Mr. Price?
And I believe in making this statement, I'm not taking any position on the suggestion, but I know that Dr. Noel wasn't here for the last meeting. And I recall that at least one of the board members, I think it was Mrs. Deacon, asked Mr. Godby about exactly what you're talking about. And I recall Mr. Godby saying that it was not viewed as a high priority among voters. I don't recall whether it was something that was included in this or not, but I just wanted to bring that for your discussion.
Well, in which case I would question Mr. Godby's findings, because I think we've seen over the last few years very powerful demonstrations of public interest in that from all segments of the community.
I'd like to respond to that since I asked the question. I think unfortunately, we did not adequately convey to Godby and Associates that we wanted that to be part of the survey, and so they didn't ask a question about that. What he did say was that voters now, it's his belief, are more inclined to repair and renovate than to construct new things. He made the analogy to people remodeling their homes as opposed to building new ones. But I would still like it in here in the event we could afford it and could get to it.
Mrs. Cordero?
Well, I agree, and I think part of his, the benefit of his survey is that I wouldn't necessarily place it in the top 5 on the list, but I think that there are items that are further down the list that may have garnered somewhat less support than the others, but would still be something that we would want to identify for voters, and certainly would appeal to some of them. So I think I was looking at your reordered list, and I agree that that some of those, I agree with your assessment of possible beliefs about the ADA work that we did with Measure V, and so I would agree with maybe moving the disabilities issue a little bit lower so that voters don't think we're just reiterating something we've already done. So I would agree with renumbering the list and then maybe adding the ones that we mentioned, maybe at the end or certainly lower down the list. And I think I would still like to see them on there, though.
Yeah, and I don't have any dispute with that whatsoever. To me, I'm thinking less of, right now, of the voters than of subsequently when there are the discussions about how the money is going to be spent. It's not on the list at all. I think then it's in a very weak position.
No, I think there's no question it should be on the list. I guess I do have a question now. I'd just like to get on the table and get, this list is not intended to say to the Oversight Committee, these are our priorities. These are all items that can be looked at the time. We're doing this now for what's on the ballot, but no implication that one is more important than two is more important than three. These are all-
But it will play a role in
Yes.
future debates.
Yes, but I want to make it clear now so we can go back to this. We are not saying this is the order of priority to do things. Okay. How about the wording, since we want to do it all at the same time?
Get his attention.
Oh, public comment? Okay.
Actually, I have a comment, and then I need to refer to General Counsel. With respect to career technical education, actually, in the state school facilities program, that's one of the few programs that you don't have to have eligibility to establish matching share. So it would be wise from a dollar leveraging perspective to include some language And Craig just pointed out that in the text, in the abbreviated text, there's a reference to educational academies, but in the exhibit, there is no corollary in alignment. So you might want to say something about educational academies, including career technical education or something like that, to make them consistent with each other. At the risk of getting home at 12:30.
Yeah, let's go to public comment. And you can all be thinking about that.
And the sequencing of these.
Okay, Mark Caprito, followed by Norm Clevenger, followed by Sean Carey.
Oh, good evening. Thank you for letting us address this issue. I have just 3 areas that I wanted to bring to your attention, excuse me, regarding this. First of all, I looked at this and I almost feel bad about coming up here after seeing all the things that have already been done, particularly when you walk around the school. However, I still have to share with you that I have a school that hasn't had a cafeteria since I've been there, and I don't know how long before that. And I want to just share a couple of points about the cafeteria, and that is that I think originally it was designed, and David Hetyon can certainly address these, and you probably already know the history. But at one point, I believe that there was, the plans had been approved and some of the money had been allocated to do this, and all of a sudden it's gone. So it's been allocated elsewhere. But in that allocation, we also had provisions to build a culinary arts program by the use of this too, and having a kitchen, and that money I think had been returned. So that's to the best of my knowledge. So those are issues that we have to completely start over with, I think, at this point. So it's a little frustrating in that programs are also being removed. But I think the 2 big issues for us at the school, we have kids that are a whole host of ages that in a 40-minute period of time, regardless of the law and what the law says, get into cars and leave. Or they run down to Milpas and they try to get back within this period of time. We're talking about grades 9 through 12. And certainly we'd like to try to keep 9th and 10th graders on the campus to the best of our ability. But it doesn't give us anything to hang on to when people talk about things like closing the campus or school safety when we, at a particular period of time, we released 2,300 kids into the environment. So it's a real consideration on our part that we at least address that issue. Second to that, it really does create an environment for our students and our teachers to meet at least 1 hour a day, or at least part of the day for a lunch, which is about 40 minutes. And I will share that probably for us, the biggest complaint by the staff, and we just finished a WASC accreditation, wasn't about curriculum, wasn't about instruction, it was about having no meeting place. That ever since the cafeteria had been dismantled and the staff cafeteria had also gone away, we now use it partially for a classroom and other things, there's no real place for them to meet on a daily basis. So those are some key issues for us for the cafeteria. The other one was the greenhouse, and I don't see it on here, but it might go under the heading of technology. Right now, we run, I think, 7 or 8 AP environmental science courses, and we run a host of CC classes out of that room, and really what it is, it's a hut. And it's, I mean, I'm amazed what these guys can do in this facility, but it truly is a hut, and the classroom that they use is a bunch of tables that are outside, folding tables, and, they're weathered. But what they've been allowed and what they are able to do using that facility, I think, is a tribute to the teachers that use it. But if you haven't been there, it's a sight. It's something to see. But really, the renovation for that particular program needs to be on there.
Excuse me on that.
Yeah.
I thought of that when I read this, and I looked at these, and I thought, upgrade science classrooms and labs in all schools. Is that generally what the green?
Yeah, it's
Academy?
part of our environmental science program, our AP.
So wouldn't it be covered by that?
I hope so. I got to put it out there, so
Okay,
I'm hoping yes.
That was my interpretation. But
Okay. And then the last part had to do with what you've been talking about moments ago, and I agree with Dr. Noel about the CTE program. And I'm wondering where it says provide, the 8th bullet down, where it says provide modern classroom technology, if there's not a reference there to CTE and technology, since a lot of those programs involve technology to begin with, and it's just a consideration. But I do agree that we're doing the best we can at this particular point in time to maintain the existing programs, but just trying to work with the facilities that are as old as they are. Outside of that La Cuesta building, those classrooms really weren't touched. The wood shop was touched a little bit, but certainly the automotive program wasn't touched at all. So any consideration you have for those, and any support we can get from the community, I think would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Caprito. And Norm Clevenger?
Thank you, President Herod, board members. I very much appreciate in Exhibit B one of the items down here that says replace portable classrooms with permanent classrooms at San Marcos High School. I passed around some of the pictures that are of our B-wing portables. We have more than 20 portables on our campus. Some are on the interior, but we have a dozen that are on the exterior. And we are on one of the busiest intersections around on Turnpike and Hollister. And if you stand on the corner of Turnpike and Hollister, this is what you see. This is what people's first impression is of San Marcos High School, and that's not the impression that we'd like to convey. So I know that our faculty and our students and our administration and our parents are very much in favor of changing the image of San Marcos by making our facade look a lot cleaner. It would be an ideal opportunity to replace these with a permanent building and then house our health academy there. I think that would be ideal. Now, I know Mrs. Deacon has been out there and seen these, and I encourage all of you, if you have any questions, please come out and visit us, and this is what you'll see from the corner of Turnpike and Hollister. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Clevenger. And Sean Carey.
This is our new
This is
principal.
new principal at Dos Pueblos. Welcome.
Thanks. So Sean Carey, Principal Dos Pueblos. And representing Dos Pueblos, I'd like to first just express my appreciation to the board for pursuing this bond measure. And while DP, I feel like Mr. Caprito does, that seeing this makes us all excited and proud and very pleased. And while DP has certainly benefited from the facilities improvements that have been effected over the last decade, as you know, much work remains to be done due to the reprioritization of funds and the ADA improvements as well. The example that I will use to highlight this is one that Mr. Smith mentioned earlier, and that's the HVAC system at DP. The reality is essentially that teachers have no control over their classroom climate, and we have an HVAC system at Dos Pueblos that is no longer functioning properly or anywhere close to functioning properly, and that is so outdated that it cannot even be repaired. So while proper and adequate ventilation is a concern throughout the school year, there are particular times in the school year due to both extremes in hot and cold where the situation for students and staff in classrooms becomes truly intolerable to the level of, walkouts staged by students and it being essentially a permanent item on our faculty senate agenda, essentially a permanent item on the faculty senate agenda, which represents teacher concerns and their highest priorities. I choose to also highlight this example because I believe it has a direct impact on student learning. So while lots of the facilities upgrades are not necessarily things that will impact students in a daily way, this is something that is so pervasive and so much a part of creating conditions that are conducive to student learning that I really feel it's a foremost priority. It was something that was deferred the last time around, and it's something that we would, very heartily pursue and be appreciative of this time around. So thanking you for your pursuit of this bond measure and also emphasizing the importance of doing so. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Ms. Carey. That concludes public comment.
Comments from the board? Do you want to go directly to the 75 words, or do you want to comment on any other part of the Exhibit A or Exhibit B?
Well, Exhibit B's fresh in our mind, and it's
Okay.
up there. Maybe we should just knock it off and then go back to the
Okay.
75 words.
May I make a comment on the exhibit? One of the things that we have that didn't make the list is our computer lab air conditioning. We have some computer labs at our high schools that are not currently air conditioned, that need air conditioning, and I'm not sure how we want to add that verbiage in there because our district standards are that we don't air condition our classrooms, but we do air condition our computer labs. They generate a lot of heat, and I know of some in particular at the 3 high schools that don't have air conditioning. And so somewhere on the third bullet, you may want to do some wordsmithing. Thank you.
Well, how about on the bullet under the fourth bullet, the new 4, provide modern classroom technology, computers and wireless connections to all schools. Modern classroom and computer lab. Well, no, I wouldn't go there.
I mean, it's implicit in modern technology for computers.
That's classroom, so it's the word classroom's there.
Modern classroom technology, comma, computers. Okay, I see.
Mrs. Cordero?
I'd like to suggest we place it where Mr. Hetjank suggested, replace outdated electrical, plumbing, and heating and ventilation systems, outdated electrical, plumbing, and heating and ventilation systems. And then,
Well, we don't want to,
well,
start
except in this case, we're not,
installing air conditioning
yeah,
throughout the district, but
I would maybe, and in, or including in computer labs?
Could we just switch it down to the next bullet down where it says upgrade science classrooms and labs in all schools to upgrade science and technology classrooms and labs in all schools?
I
Yeah, I
actually
think that would
it fits
work.
nicely
Yeah.
there. Because upgrade could include air conditioning.
So upgrade science classrooms and
No, science and technology classrooms
science and
and
technology.
labs.
Okay.
Can I ask one
Mr. Deacon?
question? On, under the new number 4, if we go that way, where it says, provide modern classroom technology, computers, are we allowed to buy computers? So should it just say computer and wireless connections rather than computers? Is that what we meant, computer connection, as opposed to standalone computers?
Provide
I just said
modern
we can't buy
classroom technology.
furniture, I guess we can't buy computers, right?
It says computers and
you-
wireless connections.
You can buy all the infrastructure related to computers.
So shouldn't it
That's
just say
permanent.
computer connections, computer?
Or maybe just wireless connections at that point, get rid of the both.
And take out the and,
we're just changing it from a plural to a singular word, computer
wireless.
and wireless connections.
Well, that's gonna prohibit you from doing anything but wireless. So basically, if you wanted to pay for the infrastructure to run cable,
Okay.
you're not gonna be able to do it under that language.
So we should
So we
leave the
should leave
word
the word
Computer.
computer, but
But
not
data
computers.
connection.
Right, computer, yeah.
So just take off the S.
Okay.
So would we add an and after the comma? Provide modern classroom technology and computer and wireless connection at all schools?
Excuse me?
I don't think you need the and. It's just classroom technology, comma, computer and wireless connections at all schools.
Can we say something like
And
wireless
use the last
connection
one, right.
equipment?
What about data? It's a good word. Says it all.
Dr. Noel?
I just was suggesting data is an inclusive term for data connections, is inclusive for all of it. And it's- as long as we're talking digital, I presume.
Mr. Hetyoung? You had a comment, I thought?
Uh,
Dr. Davis.
Why don't we change that to something like wireless connection equipment or wireless connection hardware?
Okay, we don't want only wireless. We want to make sure we can do hardwire too.
Okay, so wireless connection equipment, or I'm trying to think of a way that we would include the,
Data communications. how
Well,
about
couldn't
that?
you just say connectivity at all schools? Which would be inclusive of both.
Computer and wireless connectivity.
That's good.
You know, I'm also thinking about our voters and language that's straightforward and
understand.
accessible. So I actually think computer and wireless, I mean, everybody knows what a computer is, right? So computer and wireless connection at all schools works for me. Did, Dr. Hayden, is that?
Well, if you were to say that, I suspect you're right. Wireless connections at all schools should include both the equipment and the putting it in.
What about and/or in that sentence, Mrs. Deacon?
That's fine. Computer and/or wireless connections. On this point, actually, I don't think we need to overthink this one. I think it's
Okay.
pretty straightforward.
Okay. So we've added technology in the number 3. We've added in number 4, just below number 4, something about career tech at the junior and senior high school.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Mr. Price is correct that there's a reference in the 75-word statement to academies, but not in this list. And so I kind of, I suggest modifying that to something like provide modern facilities for academies and career technical education. And I'm not sure that captures the meaning. I got a
Modern
thumbs
facility.
up over there.
So, Mr. Hetyank, are you going to write that in? Yes.
Provide
Although I think it
modern
should go higher than
facilities
that,
for
but-
career tech and
No, for academies and career technical
Academy.
education. It doesn't matter which order as far as I'm concerned, but.
And you also said at junior and senior high schools.
Yeah.
Academies and career technical education. At junior high and high schools.
Ms. Scudero?
Is there a reason why we're specifying junior and senior high schools?
This is the secondary.
I had images of La Cumbre in mind because they have, at least the last time I was out looking at that, it's been a year or two, they had an excellent facility that was kind of being encroached upon. And at the time I was told that it was the best facility we had still, that others had simply been put to other purposes. And I guess to answer your question, simply that I think that it's important that we pay attention to that issue at the junior and the senior high school level.
So if we just said provide modern facilities for academies and career technical education, the reason I would prefer to leave off at junior and senior high schools is because I think that could be construed as all junior and senior high schools. And since this is a secondary bond measure, it's implied, or it's clear that it's for junior and
I
senior
have
high.
no problem with that personally.
Me neither.
Mr. President, could I just add a
Yes.
follow-up comment or question? I noticed that in Mrs. Deacon's revision to the 75-word statement that reference to educational academy facilities is deleted. And I just wanted to make sure that the board focused on that and that you heard from Mr. Smith in case that he felt, based on discussions with Godby, et cetera, that it was important for that to be retained.
We haven't got to the 75 words yet. But that's,
But I agree with you. And now that I know that Santa Barbara Secondary School District is only one word, there's no problem fitting it in.
Mrs. Deacon, why did you eliminate San Marcos High School from the replaced portable classrooms?
Not because I wanted to eliminate San Marcos High School, because I didn't want to preclude that possibility at other high schools.
Ms. Cordero?
I had that question too, and I was wondering if we could leave at San Marcos High School, because I think that is an issue, as Mr. Clevenger pointed out, that a lot of people see that and are aware of that. But if we just added, and other schools as needed, then it wouldn't preclude the other schools.
That's fine, because we've got voters that are close to all three high schools. And we have portables at all three high schools.
What's the one above it? Renovate or replace 4 portable classrooms. How do those two go together?
Yeah, I wondered about that too, and I took 4 out because I didn't want to limit us to just 4.
I don't know what 4 they were talking about.
That was in reference to the list that was sent out to all principals, and that list included the 4 portable classrooms that are in a quad at La Colina, back behind the gymnasium building.
Could we just add renovate or replace to the list that includes San Marcos and other schools as needed, so that we don't have these 2 separate bullets out? Would board members agree to do that? If you want to change that. So in front of replace, write renovate or replace on the San Marcos line.
Well, I think that, I'm ambivalent about the San Marcos point. I think Mrs. Cordero has a good point. But by the same token, having had a boy go through the school, I'm quite aware of the specific need at that campus. But I could see that for parents and voters who are concerned with other campuses, this would look like a kind of a preferential item, and might not work too well.
Mr. Hetyoung, that would then eliminate the line above it, renovate or replace deteriorated portable classrooms.
I personally have no problem leaving at San Marcos High School and then adding the words "and other schools" as needed. I mean, we know that's a big
Mr. Hetyoung,
need.
eliminate the line above it that says renovate the 4 portable classrooms.
Okay, but the one is replacing portables with portables, the other was replacing portables with permanent classrooms. So are we going to combine all of that into one then?
Renovate or replace, renovate portable classrooms or replace with permanent classrooms at San Marcos High School and other schools as needed.
I'm
Mrs.
sorry.
Cordero?
I'm sorry. I don't think that does it because we may replace some portables with other portables.
Okay.
I was wondering if we just had renovate or replace portable classrooms and left out with permanent classrooms.
Okay.
Wait, but that makes it sound like we might be replacing portables with portables.
Which
We might at some of the schools.
But does that preclude the notion we're replacing some with permanent classrooms? I mean, I think to me that's the big part at San Marcos is that we're going to put permanent classrooms in as opposed to portable. Maybe I'm reading too much into the revision, but if we say renovate or replace portable classrooms and we take out with permanent classrooms, I would think that people might read that to mean we're replacing old portables with new portables.
I think that it's a very strong statement that we want portable classrooms with permanent classrooms at San Marcos. I mean, that's a strong statement, which I think is the intent. So if we don't have that strong statement, somebody else could interpret this that we really didn't mean that.
No, it's like the theater at Santa Barbara High and like the stadium, where they're the only other ones that reference a particular school.
Right.
Maybe we need to put.
And those are priorities.
Maybe we need to put renovate or replace back in, but maybe put it underneath, replace portable classrooms with permanent classrooms, and have that
Okay.
come first.
Right, switch the order. Keep that one, Mr. Hetyoung, but move it below. Replace portable classrooms, get rid of that renovate or. And then my one other suggestion was the one where it says renovate the Santa Barbara High School Theater, change that to renovate school theaters that predate World War II. As needed.
As needed.
And don't forget, Mr. Hetyoung, you have to add repair, replace, or construct Santa Barbara High School cafeteria kitchen.
And there was also that language of adding the,
Repair, update, replace.
exactly.
Aging
school
school
infrastructure. No, we're not confused, are we?
It was repair, replace, or update.
It needs to be consistent with the language in the elementary district, B, Schedule B.
That's okay. Did we want to put cafeteria in? I mean, given what Mr. Caprito said, I don't know if we're
Cafeteria, yes, it's.
excluding that off.
That
It was
becomes
sev-
part of the infrastructure part below, rather than
It
the cap, you know,
It
kitchen
was
cafeteria.
cafeteria slash kitchen.
Yeah, we can do it that way.
Cafeteria slash kitchen.
Or kitchen
Yeah.
slash cafeteria. He's got kitchens, it doesn't.
No, I had repair, replace, or construct a kitchen cafeteria at Santa Barbara High
Okay,
School.
kitchen cafeteria, okay. Leave it like it is then, Dave. Take the arrows out. Okay.
And, Mr. Aaron, there's just one last piece. I wanted to explain why I had eliminated the new restroom facilities at Dos Pueblos Stadium, because I thought by adding up here under restroom facilities, if we had repair, replace, or construct new restroom facilities, that takes care of all restrooms, and we don't need to call out the high school stadium restroom.
Again, if the intent was to make it very clear that that one restroom facility was higher of importance than others, no, okay. Okay. Does that conclude Exhibit B? Let's look at the 75 words. And are there changes we can make that correspond to what we did under?
That's a good point.
Mrs. Deacon, can you work from yours and make the changes we made at the last one?
I'm a little unclear. How did we address the Santa Barbara High School theater? Did we use an age threshold or?
Predate
Pre-World War.
II.
That really says predate.
World War II as needed.
Okay, so we took the reference to Santa Barbara High School out of there altogether. The cafeteria? I think the Santa Barbara High School cafeteria is a
That's
pretty
a-
big need in everybody's
That's
mind.
a specific,
Are you concerned about voters that have students that don't attend Santa Barbara High School?
Well, I was just raising the question with Mr. Smith whether for this purpose it's beneficial or not to identify schools in particular geographical areas as opposed to referring to facilities, for example, cafeteria as needed, because it could well be that people that live in the let's say the western area of the secondary district may not be interested in a targeted facility for a high school that serves the eastern section of the district. And the more that specific sites are identified, the greater the opportunity for conversation to ensue. I'm just raising that because I didn't hear any discussion among the board members. I don't know how that shakes out.
So I think what you're saying is that by citing a specific facility that's located in one locale, does that engender enough support as opposed to referring to all those type of facilities generically across the district?
well, we have the San Marcos permanent classrooms. We have the theaters. We did take out any reference to Santa Barbara in that, I believe.
I can, Mr. Aaron, I mean, I really do see that point because especially if it comes down to where you just have one or two schools listed, even though there'd be work done at every school in the district, people may not understand that.
Yeah, we took out the bathroom at Dos Pueblos for that very reason.
Where's Mr. Godby when you need him?
Yeah. So how would you reword the cafeteria when now it repair, replace, or construct kitchen cafeterias, kitchens as needed?
School kitchens and kitchens, cafeterias as needed.
And I believe, based on my discussion with Brian Godby, and Craig Price was there, he would say, make sure you get as much flexibility as possible into this language.
Okay.
So then would we eliminate San Marcos High School as well?
We did,
Replace portable classrooms with permanent classrooms as needed?
I think that makes some sense, and especially
Okay.
the elementary district, we didn't call out any particular schools.
Okay. Do you have any thoughts, Susan, on the 75 words?
I'm counting. 1 second.
Well, let's get the words down and,
Mr. President?
Dr. Noel?
The punctuation, I find, I need help on it. I don't see the need for semicolons anywhere in this statement, but I defer to the.
We should be as consistent with the elementary as we are in the secondary, so.
And I do see, if you look about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lines down, deteriorated portable classrooms and renovating, inserting the word "and by renovating" to me helps clarify it. Now, I've added a word. I'm sorry, is it in here?
No, this is
Oh,
Mrs.
I'm reading from the
Deacon's,
original.
yeah.
What are we
This is
working?
Mrs. Deacon's change.
Actually, it's now up on the screen, and if you'd like, I could
okay.
insert the academies and the renovate aging infrastructure, which was left out. Okay.
Could you make that larger, please?
Well, thank you.
Now, is this-
So, Mr. President, just to show you, a frame of reference, Meg and I input the academy facilities and career technology per Mrs. Deacon's thought that it was a good idea back in. That left too many words. And so at the end of the section, the language which talks about to ensure funds being spent only on local school improvements was modified down.
let's wait till it
thinking
gets
that
up here.
might be redundant.
Let's wait till it gets on the board.
I can read it.
Okay.
I think classrooms needs an S on it.
Yeah, adequate classrooms.
Second line, adequate classrooms.
We did have, yeah, I don't know if
We don't have
libraries at all schools was not in the original, just libraries.
Yes.
Well, this took out the word local, which I thought,
We can,
was
there's room to
important.
add it back in.
It's at the top to improve
Right.
quality of local education.
Okay.
We also had it at the bottom of the elementary one, where it reads, funds are spent only on local school improvements.
And the reason that was changed was to create reduce the number of words. I think the word "and" needs to be added before where it says improve educational academy and career technology.
You can save a word by getting rid of funds are spent only on, just use expenditures solely for. Saves one word.
Do we need to say one?
Yeah, you don't.
Yeah, how many?
Yeah.
Yes.
What's the word count on that?
We're one word over.
Is that counting the Santa Barbara School District as one word?
That is one word.
And when you have heating/ventilation, is that one word or two words?
When I did the word count, before you put the "and" in, I was 74 words, and you count Santa Barbara Secondary School District, one more, that's 75.
Well, we really went at libraries in our last round, and none of your bulleted items address libraries.
Okay.
Should it be here?
The original we got did not say libraries at all schools for secondary. It only said libraries.
What I did is I copied the elementary down and then added the academy part, the educational academy and career tech.
But maybe we can remove at all schools after libraries.
Is everybody believe that funds are properly spent equates to spent only on local school improvements? Are those equal with each other? What's properly spent mean?
Yeah, once you have an oversight committee, then you have established the concept of properly spent already.
Okay.
Oh, we have our spent only on.
Yeah, that's not the same language.
I know, that's why I'm
Yeah.
questioning it.
Yeah, it should be consistent with
Right.
what we say in the
It was
elementary.
it was a
Elementary.
number difference.
Let's,
So we had too many words.
Too many words, and that would still be too many words. I think.
Can we count them one more time?
Wouldn't you have the same comment on this as you had at all schools was an important concept?
If you
No,
took
because
our
that was about the
properly spent
libraries.
out and put on
It
local
wasn't just
school
library, it
improvements,
was
would that be the same
all
number
those,
of words?
all those words.
'Cause citizens
Classroom,
oversight
science, labs, technology, and libraries. In
on
elementary,
local
that,
school improvements
at all
take
schools
the
was
insured
for all those
funds.
items.
But
we don't need that in this.
yeah.
I
There
guess
was
it
a,
would.
but there was a legal reason why Mr. Smith wanted that.
I'm sorry.
In the elementary, you wanted us to make sure we had at all schools modifying those classroom, science, technology, and libraries. No, that's every, that's all of them. That's not, that at all schools is all of those previous words.
Actually, what I was referring to was the reference to the deferred maintenance type issues that followed that when you talk about electrical, plumbing, heating, ventilation, infrastructure systems. And it wasn't that we would necessarily do that at all schools, but just that we preserved the flexibility to do it at all schools. That was my concern, and I believe this language does that as well.
We don't have that in this, in secondary.
It's more flexible to leave out all than to put in all. All means all.
That's right.
Okay, so if you simply say technology and libraries, semicolon, repair, replace, I mean,
Okay.
it's more flexible.
Okay. How about the last couple words? Properly spent versus spent only on local school improvements.
I think it's already too long, isn't it? Can we take out the two ands, in front of improve, in the fourth line down? improve disabled student access, improve educational academy.
One we need, the other one we don't.
I just had a suggestion, and I don't know if losing some words and some adding words, but to me, Citizens Committee infers that funds will be properly spent, and if there was a way to get spent on local school improvements in the secondary measure, so it was consistent with the elementary, I just think, for those voters that are going to vote on both, for the sake of consistency. Now, I don't know if you can do that through wordsmithing, because I know we're bumping up against the word count, but it's just a thought I had.
Mrs. Goodell?
Mr. Hetyoung, I think that you actually need the and that you just eliminated, but the one before that is the one that we can eliminate. Yes.
Leave that end, not the last line,
We
first
do.
word.
I think we,
It's up there.
I think we do. I think we added it.
Yeah, we added it in.
It could go. Can we do a quick word count?
Can you select it and do a word count, and then we can subtract out those 4?
No, I don't. I don't know how to separate the two documents.
73.
You don't, you just select
Just
it.
highlight it and count it.
Let's,
Now they'll count.
70.
Now, that probably takes the,
Plus one for the.
Plus 1 for the name.
probably
And what
takes-
about heating, ventilation?
Yeah, heating, ventilation, repair, replace is probably just one word in that count.
So what did you say it was, 70?
It's interesting because 2007 counts, elementary is 74, 2003 counts it as 71.
Interesting.
Somebody
See.
can't count.
It's the slashes.
Differently.
Well,
I think it's
Well, I-
incredible that $75 million is all one
Yeah.
word.
Well, I
Can-
get 73 in secondary, just counting
That's what I
myself.
got as well.
73, so we're okay then.
Well,
But
I'm-
we're okay, but we haven't changed that last
Yeah,
sentence.
can we add in the last sentence,
Oh,
instead of, take out the word properly, and then afterwards spent only on local school improvements with a, and it's a question mark. Why'd we eliminate the question mark in the one up above?
It just didn't translate over in the
Okay.
typing.
Only on local school improvements.
Who else?
So maybe we could take the local out in the first sentence?
It should be an S instead of a question mark. On local school improvement.
It's a question, the whole thing is a question.
But there should be an S in front of the question.
Yeah, I think you're
That's
missing a
fine.
D. You're missing a D. You're missing a the. In the first sentence, you're missing the.
Plus one.
We don't actually need the. I know
Can we leave it
I
to-
know it feels wrong, but you can
Can we
say
leave
to
it-
improve quality.
Can we leave it to the staff to find the right one word to,
We can find it.
And then
And why, I noticed you put Santa Barbara High in there, but we are the Santa Barbara Secondary School District now, and so I'm not sure why.
It's still only one word.
I know it's still only one word, but it's gonna, I mean, it should come up on the ballot as the Santa Barbara Secondary School District.
We had that conversation. We're unsure that when we changed our name, that basically everything has been translated to all the county agencies. So we're covering our bases.
We can find the extra word if you'd like to proceed.
Okay.
And I would just like to say, I know we spent a lot of time on this, but this may be the most important thing we do tonight, this month. I mean, this is big, so
That's right.
we need to make sure it's right.
Absolutely right.
do I have a motion?
I will move that we approve resolution 2009, should it be 2009?
It still is.
Yep.
Oh,
9/10.
oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, already getting late. 2009/10-59 of the Board of Education of the Santa Barbara Secondary High School District ordering a school bond election, establishing specifications of the election order and requesting consolidation with other elections with modifications as made.
Second.
And
Mrs. Parker.
my quick discussion is I want to be sure that that includes on Exhibit A, the open alternative middle school program and the Santa Barbara Santa Barbara Charter Middle School.
On Exhibit A, okay. Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
And Mr. Herron,
Mrs. Parker?
I would just hope that at this point, the superintendent would be sending letters out to parents or principals would be sending letters out to parents and
Yes, I
getting the
will.
word out.
Yes.
What was the other one? Let's, Board Member Parker, we got the Santa Barbara
Charter Middle
and
School
what
and
was-
the Open Alternative Middle School Program.
Dr. Nawaz, let's take a 10-minute break.
Okay.
And then we'll get to Adelante. Thank you very much. Acceptance of completion of conditions for approval for Adelante Charter School and approval of memorandum of understanding and facilities use agreement. Dr. Sarvis?
We received the petition from the Adelante Charter petitioners in March. We had a discussion of it and granted conditional approval on April 27th. At our last meeting, we saw almost all of these documents. You have a complete document file with you. If you're also looking at the two handouts that were on the dais, one which was a memorandum of understanding, and the other is a facilities use agreement. Now, we still have a little back and forth on the facility use agreement. We were having our attorney look at it, the charter petitioners were looking at it, and I would like your tentative approval on this, but for the other documents, I would like your full approval and like to be able to move forward. And that's really my presentation, unless you have questions, and the petitioners are here to address them as well.
Board? We have one public comment? Okay. And if necessary, if appropriate, I may ask members of Adelante, the appropriate people, to come forward and answer some questions as we go through this. So let's play it by ear. But if you have anything you want to say, please feel free to get my attention. Mrs. Parker?
Do you want to take the public comment first?
Oh.
or-
Let's take public comment.
Holly Gill.
Feels like we've spent many, many, many hours together. And I want to thank all of you that are here. I know you have put in countless hours. I know that Dr. Sarvis and Robin Sawaski have put in countless hours. And the staff from Adelante, the parents, Juanita, the principal, and our board. And I just didn't want it to end and everybody walk out. I want everyone to know that I am just very thankful for you and your time. And I think this wouldn't have happened. Adelante wouldn't be had there not been the situation with the charter renewal. And I really believe it's going to be a school of excellence, and it's going to be a school of excellence because of the participation from all of you and from the other people that are here in the room. And I know later tonight you're going to be hearing the Latino Achievement Report. And I really believe that this is going to be a stepping stone for these children, and that we're going to see those numbers start to change over the years, and this will be a big part of that. And these kids are coming back to the neighborhood. They're not going to move away. They're going to college, and they're going to come back, and they're going to come back to the east side. They're going to come back to the west side with their families, and this is the future of Santa Barbara. And thank you for believing in these kids and for what we're trying to do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gill.
Mrs. Parker.
Because we got some of these documents so late, I don't feel like I've been able to give them as good a review, and I'm particularly glad to hear that this facilities agreement would be tentative at this point.
Yes.
But what I could see in the main charter, where all the changes that we discussed, moving forward appropriately, I think it's terrific work that's been done. I very, very pleased with what's been going on. My one question on this facilities use agreement is the pro rata share, and that is not, it's not actually called out as to what the pro rata share is. Apparently there's going to be a distinction for that pro rata share between in-district and out-of-district students. That's not really clear in this facilities use agreement, so I was hoping for a little more.
I think Council addressed that last year. As the pro rata share, which is prescribed, I believe, in the California Code of Regulations, actually contemplates in districts as well as inter-district students.
The actual per square foot cost hasn't been specifically designated yet. We're still working on that because of the formula. So we really, from that standpoint, it kind of is earlier. We only have to provide for in-district students. We've kind of already agreed on the Chavez site. So now we're calculating pursuant to what the education code and the regulations say, how much that will be. Now, if they were to expand and needed more facilities and were to come and ask for those later, it's likely then we would have to decide how large of their population is out of district. So because we've given them Chavez for this year, it almost doesn't matter whether it's in district or out of district. We could have said, for instance, let's say they had just 100 students and 80 of them were in district, which is the floor for the calculation. And let's say there were 20 kids per class, we would have only had to have provided 4 classrooms. If they had 100 students and wanted 5 classrooms, then we could have calculated however we wanted that 5th classroom. But because we had agreed to give them Chavez and it's going to facilitate both their in-district and out-of-district, at this point, it doesn't matter. And we'll just do the pro rata costs, given the size of the site.
I think probably where you're getting hung up is you don't understand the nature of the calculation, perhaps.
No, where I'm getting hung up on is sort of setting precedent for our other charter schools, and also giving the Cesar Chavez site for this year, it's all portables. And so it's, if they were to come to us and say, wait, our enrollment is at 190, we really don't want these extra classrooms and the extra cost that's associated with that. But then the following year, they want to add on because they've had 30 students from outside the district come in. I am
Right,
just
we
concerned.
wouldn't have to necessarily
Mhm.
provide space for that, because we only have to provide space pursuant to this Prop 39 request for our in-district students. So let's say the growth came only from outside, and they didn't have enough facilities at Chavez, we would not have to provide any more space. Could we? We could, and we could also agree on a cost that's outside of the formula. Let's say they wanted one more portable, and we said, okay, we'll get that for you, but it's $25,000. We could agree to that. But if there's a growth from additional outside students, we don't have to provide for that.
So the proportional share only deals with our students from within the district.
Well, yes and no. I know you hate when lawyers say that, but what's really driving this now is the fact that we've given Chavez site. And I see what you're saying, Ms. Parker, about precedent for other charters coming in. I think this is probably a little unique in that they were already there, and it was probably, everybody agreed that it was probably in the best interest to allow them to stay at that site. Let's say a new charter comes in and wants to use a district site. We would still go through the formula of how much space they would be entitled to based on in-district students only. So you're right, this Adelante Chavez is different.
Well,
Dr.
I'm
Sarvis?
sorry, I would like to follow up on that. Are you, as we know, the pro rata share is not a market rate share. It's considerably below that. And are you thinking that, that we would come to an agreement on a pro rata share for in-district students and a more market rate share, or market rate, excuse me, for students who are not in-district students?
Yes.
So
That's what I've been
I see.
thinking.
we would use the pro rata share as the baseline, and it's similar to what we're doing with the special ed contribution issue. We basically establish a baseline, and if the baseline is exceeded as a result of inter-district students, then we have an additional charge that's not necessarily related to the pro rata share. It's some other negotiated cost, unit rate.
And we could look at that. I mean, we could look at what, if it's the direction of the board, we could look at how much of that site would have been attributable to the in-district students and apply the formula to that portion and negotiate the rest. It's a little complicated to do that,
I
but
suppose
Meg
it
did.
could be applied every year based on an October CBEDS.
So I think what you're saying, you'd have a pro rata share of what goes into the pro rata share. Is that what you're saying?
Kind of.
Other discussion? Mrs. Deacon?
I'll just add that I appreciate all the effort that's gone into this, and I know it's been a lot of work, a lot of back and forth for everybody, but I think the final product is, you know, is testimony to the hard work and the passion that the people have for this school. So I really appreciate it, and I would like to actually make a motion to go ahead and accept the. Oh, I'm sorry. Mrs. Cordero should do that, since she's been so involved in this project.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. I'll second.
As what-
Mrs. Cordero?
Just as one of the founding members of Cesar Chavez, I was hoping to make this motion to continue the presence of a dual language immersion school in our community. I think everybody knows I've been very supportive of it, and it serves just an immense need in our community. I have family members who attend the school. It's near and dear to my heart, and I think Adelante has done an outstanding job of rewriting the charter through tremendous hard work. And it's, I think, an example of how people who have a vision really can see it come to fruition if we kind of work together and really follow, you know, the adage of Cesar Chavez, si se puede. So I think that was really realized here. So I would like to, and thank you, Ms. Deacon, for allowing me to do this. I would like to move the acceptance of completion of conditions for approval of Adelante Charter School, approval of memorandum of understanding, and the approval of the
And
facilities.
tentative approval.
I'm sorry, well, and the tentative approval of the facilities use agreement.
Excellent.
Second.
Mrs. Parker?
Well, the only thing that I would add is I would like to explore, and I hope other board members would agree with that, just looking more in detail at the possibilities of making a distinction between in-district and out-of-district students in terms of the rates we charge for facilities.
And I presume a report will come back next meeting when we actually approve this.
We'll bring the final facilities use agreement to you for full approval.
Okay.
Yes, and we'll put it on consent.
Well, unless
Because
it's one.
we believe you'll be content with it.
Well, this is one issue Mrs. Parker wants to be discussed
Right,
further.
Adelante?
Well, depends upon how you respond to Mrs. Parker's question, yeah. Dr. Noel?
Yes, I want to explain my vote in advance. I'm going to abstain. I don't want to stand in the way of it, and I certainly agree that the charter has been fundamentally rewritten in many ways. I shouldn't say fundamentally, quite the contrary. I don't see the fundamental change I was looking for, particularly in, I don't see anything to indicate that the culture of the school will change. I cannot vote for a program that has failed to educate English learners and does not begin teaching Spanish-speaking students in English until grade 3. I feel that the governance of the school is essentially minority governance, and you have to look at the demographics of the school and see the kind of polarity between families that went to graduate school and families who didn't either go to or complete high school, and look at the numbers: 68% English learners, 74% people on free lunch poverty, and I've had the feeling that and the provision that preference will be given to people who are bilingual at a school which is 68% Spanish speaking. It seems to me that preference discriminates against people who are unilingual in Spanish. So I can't vote for it. I won't vote against it. I'm going to abstain.
Further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion.
One abstention.
Motion passes 4-0, one abstention. Abstention, Dr. Noel. I'd just like to reiterate once again, I've said this probably many, many times, but I really appreciate Adelante, Cesar Chavez, the parents, the teachers, everybody involved that carried on this dialogue for the past 7 months in a very, very professional, upbeat, positive, enthusiastic. Every meeting I went to, you could see the intent of trying to do something good for our kids. And I just hope that carries on and overcomes some of the things, Dr. Noel. But it was just to make it all sure, Dr. Noel's vote that got us here. You know, so I think you've accomplished a great deal in the 7 months. So I really appreciate all of you for the input you put and the time and effort you put in this.
So go open a school.
And hopefully our board will become as representative as yours is.
E4, approval of board action on, I should also say our staff. They did a wonderful job working. They did what the board wanted them to do, work closely with Adelante, and I think Adelante owes our staff a great deal of support and thanks for the effort they put into it. E4, approval of board action on student discipline case number 09/10-39.
In case 09/10-39, I move to uphold the findings and recommendations of the hearing panel for a one school year expulsion.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Going to the conference agenda, F1, Comprehensive Gang Prevention Intervention Program Report and Plan to Continue Outreach and Staff Involvement in Gang Violence Prevention. The last report by Michael Gonzalez, and he's not here, so Dr. Sarvis?
No, Michael Gonzalez is not able to be here for this, although he wanted to be,
Yeah, he had to
and
leave at
he held out
8:15.
as long as he could.
He had pre-warned me that he'd have to leave at 8:15. so-
Yes. Well, you have a report, in fact, Robin and I will just summarize the report. 3 years ago, we had a gang stabbing on the streets of Santa Barbara. We had a number of stabbings. Following that, we had various reports of violence on our streets. Fortunately, they were not in our schools, but we worked to do something about it, and we worked with the community to do something about it. There's been quite a bit of there was quite a bit of community action initially in terms of different agencies, organizations coming together, working with more kids who are prone to being attracted to gangs and gang activity. We did some things early on, just working with our schools, and I have to say, I think we've been fairly successful in making our schools safe and orderly environments for kids, and we haven't seen the level of violence that we've seen on our streets. We did work with the city as part of their collaborative in organizing outreach efforts in identifying kids who are more at the core of this, having summer case managers work with those students to really to get them integrated in a society and out of this culture, out of this gang culture, moving them toward jobs, and a lot of those kids had terms and conditions and were on probation, so they were carefully watched. We also, board, you employed an outreach consultant, youth outreach consultant. He worked with our schools and worked with kids who were identified by principals at each of the schools. We initially earmarked $100,000 for that effort. When we got to the end of that funding, we expected it to be picked up by a GRIP grant. The GRIP grant actually picked up someone else, and we had a foundation come forward and offer to extend that in collaboration with the school district. And as part of our initial work, we had Dr. Victor Rios from the Department of Sociology at the University of California, Santa Barbara, conduct an evaluation of the effectiveness of that. And board, I'm sure you all remember that that it looked like a fairly effective program. In fact, in our working with the city collaborative effort, we had really anticipated trying to put someone like this in place on every secondary campus. And when the economy took a severe downturn and everyone's budget was needing cuts, that just didn't happen. And I think that had we not seen the change in the economy, I think that would have happened, and I think it would have moved forward rather quickly. But boy, that was right at the point where suddenly no one had the money, suddenly everyone was making cuts. We in our district made cuts to the tune of last April, $3 million, last June, just 2 months later, $1.5 million, last October, just months later, another $3 million, and in February, $6 million. And after making cuts like that have hit the classroom and have affected staffing for classroom instruction, we're not able to continue that funding at that level or to find additional funding. However, we did have the GRIP grant that did continue. The GRIP grant provided some intervention, or actually prevention work at the elementary level. And we were identifying students, and you just received a report on this recently. We did identify students at the elementary level, and we've started a program of working with those students over the summer, and we will continue into the fall. We also have a committee that meets on a regular basis and meets with our, I think that's the Adelante group out there celebrating. We should have applied for a parade permit, right? The committee meets a couple of times a month, involves a number of other people, either staff members or people from other agencies to work with us. Lane Wheeler is part of that, SBTA president, to work with us on what more we need to do at our schools. And frankly, we think we need to do a lot more. We think funding is still the issue. We think having people in place, it's really the same solution that we started with when the first gang stabbing occurred, having people on the street dealing directly with it, not just peripheral programs, whether they're with about drug abuse or about other difficulties students have, but those that deal directly with kids who are attracted to the gang culture would be the most effective. And I wish I could say that we were further along in that. If we did have the funding or if we had other grants, we expected the GRIP grant to be the first of many. Other grants have not materialized, and we're not much farther along in that. Robin, do you want to, did I leave things out that are critical?
No, I don't think so. I think you've pretty much said it. And on the last page, page 4, before all of the attachments, Michael makes some conclusions, just that the combined efforts of the school and district have been successful in preventing serious gang-related violence in our schools, as Dr. Sarvis mentioned, that we do need additional staff to support the elementary gang prevention program. We need increased teacher involvement in the anti-violence efforts. Schools need to do a better job of tracking and reporting gang-related discipline incidents. And then finally, the piece about the South Coast Task Force needs to get the funding, which we don't have yet, in order to have a coordinator to really pull it together. So again, we're, held up by funding. But some of this in the conclusions, we certainly can address at the schools with the principals and the teachers. And parents are a part of this program too. A lot of parent ed has happened as well.
Good, thank you.
Mr. Herron? Yeah, I
Dr.
wondered, Dr. Sarvis, can you summarize the expenditures since this thing began? Who spent how much on what? And the who meaning the various members of the task force?
Well, the city really carried the coordination of the community effort, and I have to credit the city for doing that. They provided a coordinator. In fact, they provided Don Olson for a certain period of time. He just left. They have other people filling in, and they're going out to other cities. In fact, you saw an article just today maybe on Carpinteria considering putting money into this coordination effort. Foundations were at the table. Foundations came to us, and as a school district, one foundation contributed $40,000. We thought that was significant. Our district contributed $80,000 in the first round for this coordination, for consultant, for someone as an outreach worker. We contributed another $40,000 to continue the efforts of the outreach worker. And then a number of other agencies put money into the summer, case management, I think is the best way to typify it. Case management approach that had people coordinate, and this is through the city, it's through employment, it's through county schools office with community education, Fred Razzo, Ben Romo, that coordinated their effort in tracking students over the summer. So let's see. what are we at here?
And we also
Some-
spent about 20,000 for the study.
You know, that's true, but that was part of the
25,000.
100,000. I mean, the evaluation was tied into the outreach worker. So for us, that was a total of $140,000.
I hear the word coordinate, and of course then I think of a coordinator, and then I think of an administrator. And I guess I didn't make the distinction as clearly as I should, but I'm particularly interested in direct services to students.
I see.
And it seems to me that the district has carried the burden on that.
We really stepped up to the plate on it, and
Well,
I'm proud that we did.
I think that's noteworthy. I think the board should be proud. I wish we had more partners.
Well, there were.
At that level.
Yes, there were a lot of partners in the city effort that work directly with kids who are in the community. And boy, they really stepped up their efforts.
Are you talking about the various groups that, like All for One?
All
and so
for
on?
One,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah. So-
Primo-
And those
Primo
are
Boxing.
those are continuing projects.
They are, and they
Okay.
operate on a shoestring. I mean, every time I see how little money they operate on, I'm just amazed that they reach that many kids.
According to the documentation that we have, we're facing a March 2011 point in time when funding runs out for our outreach worker.
Yes.
And I understand from the Bauer Foundation that unless there's some master plan in place, they probably would not step forward and support this particular position again, possibly. So we need to be thinking about what's going to happen next March, because as a
That's right.
report I remember seeing, it said the worst thing we can do is to stop it, because then all the people who are being helped by it now just lose faith. So it's a catch-22.
One of the old pros in this business in town told me long ago that it's a terrible cycle. Two of the old pros told me this, that when the problem becomes acute, the money comes in, we spend it, the problem is reduced, and then the money goes away until there's another cycle started and we get new money becomes available and so on. And
I'm hoping.
We need somehow a long-term continuous commitment.
I would hope at least we don't stop it in mid-school year. Yeah. Mrs. Parker?
I want to give a shout out to the Santa Barbara County Education Office as well, because they have done a tremendous amount of work also. There's a lot going on without there being a coordinator, but I feel like we're moving much slower than we would be if there were somebody coordinating the South Coast effort, so to speak. I really do feel like that's a whole. I think we've done a lot of work over the past 2+ years. And I agree with Dr. Noel. This is a cyclical issue, and it's so important for us not to let it sort of drop off of our radar. And one of the things I think has been most helpful are our monthly Youth Violence Prevention and Intervention Committee meetings. And with Mr. Gonzalez's retirement, I just want to touch base to see how that's going to be continued next month.
Have we posted that position?
Well, I told Jerry Fawcett about it
Yes.
tonight. I said we
Okay.
need to post that
Well,
position right away.
as you know, we came to you with a job description. We took some things off the plate for the person in that position. We approached a number of people thinking it would be more effective to get someone who we know and have confidence in, get them, put them in place very quickly, and we have not been able to do that. We've approached a number of people. We're posting the position now, and I don't know how long it will take to fill that position with a good person.
But in the meantime, who will step in to cover his duties until that person comes in?
Well,
Right now,
we'll
that's-
figure that out between
right,
us.
yes.
Mrs. Cordero?
Well, just as a follow-up, because that was going to be my question too, can we get a commitment, I guess, on the part of the superintendent, that next month's meeting will not be canceled?
Sure, when is it?
It's the second Monday
It's
in
the
July.
second Monday of July.
I'll take a
The
look.
12th.
I will take a look.
And you have two helpers in the way of Mrs. Goodell and Mrs. Parker, who are happy to help you.
Yes,
Thank
we
you.
are. Well, I am. I can speak for myself. Because I also wanted to say, it's important for us, I think it's very important for us, as several people have pointed out, not to let this position lapse, especially mid-year. But one of the things that we also need to be aware of, and it's a difficult thing to bring up in our current financial climate, but we really need to be establishing a position. Well, ideally, we would have more than one of these outreach
Yes.
consultants.
Ideally, we would have 7 or 8.
But
Mhm.
at the very least, we need to really be trying to plan on how to bring in a female outreach consultant for the girls. Because our current outreach consultant has indicated that although he tries to liaison with a lot of the female students, because of the nature of the type of work that they do, it would be much more effective if they were working with a woman. So that's something that we also should be thinking about. I know it's hard to think about adding another position at this time, but we really aren't serving our female students very well at this point.
When the GRIP grant came in with money to extend that kind of a position, they hired Alejandra Gutierrez to do that, and she does serve some of that role. However, her caseload is just huge, and with our outreach worker, the caseload is just too large. So it allows a person time to go out once a week and meet with students, but it doesn't allow a lot more time than that.
Dr. Noel?
I'm just looking here under your conclusions on number 3, increased teacher involvement. And I had images of an earlier document where we're spending Title II money to train teachers. Now, I'm wondering whether or not, and we use that for a lot of purposes, obviously, but would not Title II money would that be an appropriate use? Do we?
That would be appropriate.
Has
Certainly.
any thought been given to putting together some kind of a training program for teachers in this area?
As part of our district youth violence prevention and intervention committee, there have been discussions at the committee level. In fact, we went out, brought people in from sites, high school teachers, junior high principal. We specifically went out to sites to bring people in so that we could continue that discussion.
I just bring it up in the context of searching for money, that possibility.
Yeah, and it is.
Mrs. Deacon?
I will piggyback on that idea because I remember vividly from Dr. Rios' presentation, his concern about the teacher piece and all this. And I read that in August, the outreach worker is giving a presentation to teachers, which is a good step, but I think we could do more with the teachers. And if they're employed in their regular daily activities, we're not necessarily having to pay anymore. So I mean, financially, it's a less expensive way to do what we need to do by utilizing our own staff. So I would really encourage us to focus on that teacher professional development piece. I had a quick question about the gang-related discipline incidents that are listed. There's no page number, but it would be page 5. Are these duplicated numbers? Do we know if this same individual is counted more than once here?
I do not.
I don't know that.
Okay.
Michael would know
Okay,
that.
yeah.
I do recall a discussion with Michael Gonzalez about the severity of these, and they're not, major fight stabbings. I mean, anything related to he signed me, or he made a gesture that's a gang-related gesture, then it gets marked in our system this year for the first time as a gang-related incident.
Okay, thank you. The other thing I just wanted to emphasize was the parent education piece, because I think we all know how important that is and the benefits that accrue in many ways through the parent education, not only in terms of gangs, but in terms of academics and involvement in school. So it looks like we're not spending a lot of money on that. I know Linda Garenia does a great job, and I would like to do whatever we can to continue to support that, because I really think we get a lot of benefit from that. And then just the last thing I would say is, by reading the minutes, I was struck by ongoing requests for lists of resources or programs at all the sites, and I wonder to what extent we have some homegrown programs that in many ways duplicate or do some of the same things. I know the core program at Santa Barbara Junior High was identified, and I've actually met some students in that program, and I know it's a good one. But it would be nice if all of our sites could talk about what they're doing, share ideas, and maybe in some ways do things more uniformly rather than this kind of scattershot approach. So that, but I also want to thank Mrs. Parker and
that's a
Mrs.
point.
Cordero for
Well
their
made.
efforts, because I can tell by reading the minutes that they've spent a lot of time doing this and have done important work. So thank you for that.
And I would just like to reiterate my concern that we start planning now and figure out what it would take to do this program through the end of the year. You know, I don't know if the Marburg donation could be used for something like that or not, but just if there was a way to, in advance, make sure that it goes through the end of the year, so there's we don't get a last-minute push to, extend it for some reason.
Well,
Okay.
the community collaborative effort, which is really headed by Marcelo Lopez, who's very competent, if that could gather some steam, and if the various community organizations and agencies would buy into that, and we got that coordination, then we would expect this to grow. And we think that's a good way to spend some of our time capital, because, this all takes a lot of time, too, to sit down and plan collaboratively with those other agencies.
Dr. Noel. Oh, we have a public comment? Okay. Dr. Noel?
One more, yeah. I don't keep track of it, just every so often something comes along and it's an idea and it's 5,000 here, general fund, 10,000 here, general fund. And at least for me, this is top priority. And I would like to, I'd like to somehow be able to say, okay, every time one of those comes along, it's going to be matched against this priority. And if it doesn't seem to be as important, then we don't spend it on that. We're going to spend it on this.
Yes.
And to me, then that's more of a question of saying, well, then let's make a commitment. This is our top priority. We're going to find the $40,000. If we have a year to find it, we nickel and dime a lot of money out of the general fund over a period of a year, and we don't. He may know what it is cumulatively, and Meg may know, but we don't. And I just, why can't we just say, this is a top priority. We're going to spend the money. We'll find the money, and other things we'll take a back seat if that's necessary.
Okay. Let's go to F2, Annual Latino.
No, we have public comment.
Public comment, I'm sorry.
Yes. Lourdes Uribe?
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. My husband is going to share with you something that I prepared for you. The actual article in the newspaper is for my library of important things that I have. Happy to have a reception for Latino kids that receive a scholarship money at the Mariachi Festival. And we had Dr. Sarvis, with a bunch of people celebrating our Latino students. You're gonna hear from me random thoughts and feelings only about this issue. I guess basically what I'm sharing with you tonight is feeling of isolation and in regards to gang-related issues in our community. I would like you to feel for a minute living in a community when you open the paper in the morning and you see an article that the one I'm gonna beg you to really read and ponder in your hearts. A community that thinks that, you know, we have gangs because we are illegals, because we are not good people, because we're criminals. When you have a community that feels that way, it kind of hurt the community. It hurts me, it hurt my people, it hurt my friends, but it actually hurt the whole community because, you know, those students, Dr. Sarvis, that got scholarships, my daughter was one of them. Georgina Uribe, she got scholarship money to go on with college. And my kids were at risk, you know, to be in those gangs and those incidents. My kids were, those kids, you know, that kill, that are in jail, went to El Puente. And I have countless IEP meetings where specialists and special education encouraged me to send my kids to El Puente. The Juarez kid that is in that article was from El Puente. I wonder, you know, if those kids when they were little were having some sort of problems that we could have prevented. I guess the article said it all. I think that it is a myth, you know, the myth of the absent parent. We Latino parents care for our children. We wouldn't be risking our lives coming across the border to give them a better life and a better education. I think
30
if we will,
seconds.
thank you. I think if we will do something as a Board of Education, I spoke to City Council and Board of Supervisors to the mayor on that celebration on Thursday. I didn't get to say hi to Dr. Sarvis because I ran out of time. I spoke to the Blanca Figueroa. I like, you know, people to know that our kids have potential, and we can have all those gang kids if we get them when they're little to have success in lives. I'm sorry for not being coordinated, and I'm just, well, not just, I'm just a parent, a Latino parent that loves children, and I know you love children because I appreciate the comments of Mrs. Cordero. Dr. Noel, you know, I will be forever grateful for your support to our children. They're really our children. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Uribe. That concludes public comment.
Okay, we'll move to F2, Annual Latino Achievement Indicator Report.
And Dr. Hayden, our Director of Research, Evaluation, and Technology, will give you this report. This is something we do on an annual basis. We take a look at a number of indicators to see what progress has been made. In the past, we have been very disappointed with that progress. Davis?
Wow, I wish I could say something more positive here, but we won't be as disappointed, but I think you still might be disappointed in our progress. I notice I have 20 minutes, so there may be a few slides. You have all the data, so I may go through a few slides rather fast.
Yeah, the 20 minutes includes our discussion too.
I
so,
know,
okay.
that's what I'm. First of all, this is the elementary district, and you notice it's 66.1% Latino, okay? And if we go to the next, so the next highest group is 28.2, which is white, so it's really predominantly in Latino district. And in the next slide, we have the schools, and you can see that the green is Latino students, almost 100% at McKinley. McKinley and Cleveland seem to rotate back and forth as to who is the closest to 100%. And we finally get to Roosevelt, which is the most balanced school in terms of Latino and white students in the district. A lot of people think of Roosevelt as a white school, but it's actually very almost 50-50. This is an interesting slide because it shows that of the students that are social economically disadvantaged, 90% are Latino students. Okay, and that's going to be the same in the secondary district. We know that NCLB percent proficient, so I'm going to go through this real fast. This is the overall, and both in ELA and in math, the Latino students were below the target percentage for percent proficient. So this is the first year that both of them have been below. A nice gain, one of the nicest gains, in fact, the nicest gain in this whole string here, but still it needs to go up faster in order to meet the targets. This is all the schools, so you can look at each one individually. It's just if you kind of look at the overall average, that shows that that's slow but steady gain. And I think Cesar Chavez was commenting on their performance down here. They want to change that, and they're hopefully going to have a program now to change that. Here's the math scores, same thing. Steady gain across the whole thing, but still not a heck of a lot of gain. Here's your API, same story that we see here. One of your best gains is last year, but it still needs to be more. And here's all the elementary schools' API. So I'm going through these rapidly so you can talk about them. You have all the data in front of you. And here's the gate percentage. And I think the interesting thing here is two things here. One is that we went to some different methods of calculating entry into the gate program, distribution analysis, and we had a nice bump in the number of Latino students that represent the whole number of students in 0809 and 910. But even though we had these nice bumps, the overall percent of students in gate that are Latino from the whole population of schools is only 1.6%. Whereas for the white population, it's around 20%. The district is about right at 7.4%. So of all students in the elementary district, 7.4% are in the GATE program, which is about where we want to hit. But this should be more balanced. There should be 7% here and 7% here and 7% over here and all the others.
Mrs. Cudero?
I just wanted to make sure that I understood those numbers. Do those numbers represent, for example, 1.6% of all the Latinos in the school?
Yes.
Are in GATE, and so less than 2% of all the Latinos are in GATE, but almost 20% of all the whites are in GATE.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
That would have been much lower in previous years. So there is efforts being made, but I think you can see from here more effort needs to be made. Here's some combined data just for you to see. 2nd through 11th grade and the percent proficient on the STAR. There's only one thing to point out here, and that is 3rd grade. This is when it switches from being the students having many of the questions read to them to what they're having to read the questions. And so you can see here that especially with a large number of English learners in the Latino population, you see a drop. It gains back in the 4th grade though, which is quite interesting to me. And in math, there is no drop. So it obviously has a lot to do with that 3rd grade testing, all of a sudden the Latino and the English learner students having to read it. That obviously is a difficulty. Attendance, there's 2 years in a row. I don't show the previous year, but the 4th, 5th, and 6th grade, and sometimes the 3rd grade, the Latino students are attending at a greater percentage rate than the white students are. So that seems to be repeating that in elementary school, the upper grade levels, the Latino students are actually attending school more often than the white students are. It's 96% for 95%. It's not a huge difference, but it seems to repeat itself. And then we have in the 9-10 high school years, we see a drop-off on both the Latino and the whites, but a really big drop-off in Latino students attending high school. So now this is the secondary district, almost 50% Latino.
May I ask him a question?
Yes.
Do you have
Dr. Rao.
what's your theory about why that happens?
Which one?
The high school, the drop-off from 9th on.
Well, both are
Okay.
dropping off, but why are Latinos dropping off at a greater rate? Two things about that. One is that you got to note this is not a large drop-off. We're talking about 93 to 95. If I had this scale go from 0 to 100, this would be much tinier. So that's one thing. You have to appreciate that aspect of it. But this is the same for several years in a row. I wouldn't really want to comment on why all of a sudden there's a huge difference here. Maybe this is something maybe Robin Zwoski would like to comment on.
Are there big differences between the schools, or is that?
It's across the board, I believe.
It seems to me that we ought to have a theory about that. That's pretty important piece of data.
well, I can look at it further and try and develop one for you. I just noticed this when I ran this.
Maybe our high school principals could take part
Comment
in
on that. We have one here. Well, let me go on. If when I'm finished, maybe if you want to ask Mark Capito to comment on it, we maybe could entertain that. 50% in the secondary district. It's starting to be, it used to be almost equal, but it's starting, the Latino representation in the secondary district is starting to climb. It's probably going to go above 50% at some time. Here's the schools. La Cumbra by far has the highest Latino representation, and then Santa Barbara Junior High, and then finally La Colina has the highest white population. The high schools are fairly even across, except for Dos Pueblos, which has a 52-34 ratio. Here's the SED percent. It's almost 90% Latinos in the SED category. So once again, the Latino population is much lower economic status than the white population. Same results here. We have now both in ELA and math, the percent proficient. This is the combined for the secondary district. So it's grade 7 and 8 star, grade 10 Casey, dropping below state targets. Here there's a nice gain. Here it went sideways, but here a nice gain in the math, but not quite enough to stay above the target level. The junior highs are, once again, they have strong growth in both ELA and math. And at this point, La Cumbra has the highest score in ELA for Latino students and the highest score in math, and the only school that actually still is exceeding the target. And the high schools have been going sideways for many years. I know that they're discouraged by that too. This is the Casey NCLAB. And they all fell below, I believe, the target at this point in time. And they're still managing to do fairly well in math, making some strong gains last year, 08-09. And this is just the API. Junior high is repeating a solid growth, and the high schools sort of going sideways. Some real variability here, though. And this is preparing to pass the high school exit exam. And one of the things that's nice here is there has been steady growth. I don't know why this drop occurred. I came to the district right here, so that must be it. Okay. But anyway, there's been a steady growth over the last 4 years in high school exit exam. And I like to point out here that, well, we're going to get to that in a bit. I'll point that out later. Dropout numbers. I'm trying to run through this. There was a change in exit codes, how exit codes were established and what they meant. And so there was this huge jump because of that. There's been a nice decline, and I think that has to do with the clearing up of the confusion about what exit code meant what and how you're supposed to count it. And it was really quite confusing when the state all of a sudden came in with all these new exit codes and what did they mean and how do you classify a student. And a lot of that's been cleared up at this point in time. In fact, for this year, we've really been on top of that for this year. You won't see that until next year's data is out, though. And so I think I don't know what it's going to do, but this is probably more real in terms of dropout rates. 07, 08, they're 2 years behind. I mean, we really should be able to have it right now, but we won't have it for another year and a half. So we're way behind in terms of what the state is reporting for dropout rates. We are almost half what the state dropout rate is. So we're actually doing quite well in terms of dropout rate. So I went into ARIES and I calculated what ARIES looks like. And this is just your 12th grade students. So this is not a 4-year dropout rate. This is just your 12th grade classes in ARIES. And you can see that for 07, 08, which is the furthest the last graph went, these are the numbers for 12th grade. 92% of Latinos and 99% of white students graduated. Okay, this is last year's 0809. And we can't, well, I probably could right now calculate this year's, but there is always some data cleanup that has to occur, so it wouldn't be quite accurate. This last number, though, is if we remove fifth-year seniors, more or less like if we remove the students in special ed that are actually not graduating, not because they're dropouts or anything like that, but because they're special ed students and they need another year. At that point, we're up to 96, 99, and almost all of the schools graduating. So once again, I think the schools are doing an excellent job in getting the students through and getting them graduating from high school. Gate population, same as the elementary. The numbers of overall is 15.2%, but that only represents 7.1% of all the Latino students. Whereas the white students, 36.8%. Now, I'm going to tell you that is a real good number, because when I came to this district 5 years ago, it was 50%. So there has been progress made to get this down to 36.8%, okay? And overall for all the others, it's 43.7. The district is 22.1, which, as you all know, is still way too many students in the GATE program.
Mrs. Deacon?
A quick question. Do those numbers reflect the students enrolled in GATE classes or students identified as GATE students?
Identified.
Okay.
Sobering, isn't it? For a variety of reasons, it would take a lot of effort to get to 2009-10 accurate numbers. We could go back and get it, but I didn't get those numbers. I'm going to wait until fall starts and see if I can't get the program coordinators to give me those numbers. These are actually pretty accurate. This is the numbers for next year. And we can see that the academies have made some progress, but the academies overall have very few Latinos in them.
I would find it very helpful to see that broken down by school, because the San Marcos Health Academy probably accounts for a disproportionately, almost appropriate, but not quite, proportion of Latinos, whereas some of the other academies are minuscule.
I agree. And
The
actually,
last data I saw anyway, that was
your
about
Excellence for All data that Barbara Chiani put together for the school district actually has this broken down by schools. And you're right, the Health Academy is by far the highest representation.
Can that be made available to the public, that information?
Sure, I can put it in I can give you that at a later date. The data's all available, I just didn't put it in here.
Yeah, 'cause this is very misleading, in my opinion.
What? It's on the website, and it's a very good document.
It is on the website?
Well, Excellence for All is, but it doesn't, it's not part of the Latino Student Achievement Indicator, so it's kind of figuring out where it is.
But I can get that for you, no problem. And you're right, the Health Academy is about 50% or even more, I can't remember exactly what it is, and does account for a large part of this 22%. The grade point we don't really need to go into, but with so many SED students, I think you can understand the lower grade point for the Latino students over the white students. We've already had this report once before. I threw it in for the data. It's just talking about AP exams, and once again, percent of Latinos enrollment taking an AP exam is much lower than it is for white students. So the Latino students are just not taking as many AP exams as the white students, even though they're the majority in our schools. The CELT, since most of our CELT students are English learners or Latino, I just threw this data in to show how it's going, but I'm going to skip this one too. And this is the last one, and it's UC-CSU. And as you can see, we have about 60–70% of our white students completing UC-CSU, which means that they're ready to go on to a 4-year college or a university in the state of California. But our Latino students are lagging quite a ways behind, down into 10 to 20, up to 30% at DP. DP made some really nice gains from 07-08 to 08-09. And so I just want to, this is an interesting graph in the sense of giving feedback to the high schools in terms of UC, CSU completion rates, and maybe some efforts along the lines to counsel the students earlier on in terms, they have to get started like in 9th or 10th grade or they're never going to make this, so.
Yeah, but that is also needs to be interpreted because, as you say, 90% of the socioeconomically disadvantaged students are Latinos, and the ability to go to a four-year college means the ability to send a kid to live away from home in most cases. I'm sorry, what?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to
Oh, I'm
interrupt you.
sorry,
That's just
I'm sorry,
completing the
I'm sorry, I'm
requirements.
sorry. I was going by something he said. No,
So that's the conclusion of my Latino Achievement Indicators report. Do you have any questions or comments, or do you wish me to go over another slide again?
Mrs. Parker?
We have a lot of work to do. I'm encouraged by some of the data that you presented and very discouraged by some of the long-term trends that are so erratic or up and down. And I also hate that this lags, the data lags, so it's frustrating because I feel like, you know, obviously in some cases we're looking at 2-year-old information, and it's, you're just hoping that you've made progress and that you're on the right track, but it's really hard to define. One of the things I wanted to call out was that we have, especially in the elementary district, we have so many English learners. It really is disproportionate in the elementary district, and it's interesting because sometimes you look at other districts and you'll look at the Latino population and think, oh, we're equivalent. But in fact, we have a lot of English learners that overlap that Latino group. And it can be a temptation to say, well, this is an English learner issue. In some of the cases where the data is not good, we need better instruction in terms of strategies for teaching English learners, which is certainly true. But I know that that's not the whole picture, and that in fact, at the majority of our schools, we have issues with our native English-speaking Latino students. I also know that you've done that work, Dr. Hayden, but the board has not seen it. I don't think we ever saw the data, and I would love to get that in a board brief where you called out English learners that are, or Latinos that are English learners, English only, special ed, non-special ed, that whole subset. I don't think we ever actually reviewed it or saw it. So I would love to get that information in a board brief so that we can look at that and really see that it's not just an English learner issue.
No problem. You actually was in a board brief, but it may have been before you were on the board. And so I can put it, actually what I should do is I can revisit that same statistical analysis and put it back in the board brief again.
Board brief before I was on the board?
Well, it was back in 05, 06, somewhere back there.
I'm talking about, didn't this last fall you do something really recent where you looked at the data by school for English learners?
I believe I showed that to you, but I don't know if I actually put it in the board brief.
Exactly, that's what I'd like to see in a board brief.
Yeah, that was data from 05, 06, I believe. But I can redo the data. I'll redo the data and put it back in a board brief.
Okay.
Thank you. Mrs. Deacon?
Would it be too hard, and I know these numbers aren't huge and aren't statistically significant, but to also look at Latinos that are not socioeconomically disadvantaged and whites that are? I'm always brought back to this intersection of socioeconomic status, and I know language plays a huge part in that, and I know Mrs. Cordero has brought that out, and we're looking at it right here, but I mean, this is also a poverty issue and a parent education issue, and we tend to focus on ethnicity, but ultimately those two criteria, those two variables go hand in hand regardless, I think, of ethnicity. And I'd like, again, I know those numbers are small and we've talked about this before, but it would be interesting to look at non-socioeconomically disadvantaged Latinos in terms of their proficiency and GPAs and things like that.
Well, I think that's some of the data that Kate Parker was talking about, and yeah, I can redo that
Maybe
report.
that could be in
But
the same brief.
The state the STAR site now, in the last year, disaggregates socioeconomically disadvantaged students by ethnicity. So you can at least get that level of disaggregation, and it's very instructive. there's a significant a significant piece of that population that behaves quite differently than the other part. And as predicted, socioeconomic status is the big one.
Any further questions? Mrs. Goodell?
The charts that you had identifying the percentage of GATE students within the population, I was wondering if it would be possible to get that information broken down by school.
Oh, yes, we can do that, yes.
Okay, great. And I think I had one more question.
The problem with that in terms of a board report, though, is that I'm going to start getting in numbers that are so small that it could be identifying students. So I'm going to pull back and saying I can do that as a board brief.
Okay, thank you. And actually, the other question I had was answered, so that's good. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Wealth of information, that's for sure. Shows a lot of room for improvement.
Do you have public comment on this item? No, I'm sorry.
No, that's the next one.
That was on the next one item.
Okay. F3, request to speak to Board of Education, SEAC.
And this is Kathy Abarca, who's president of the Special Education Advisory Council, SEAC.
Welcome, Kathy.
Good evening. I just wanted to start out by saying that thank you to all those who attended our event, our Comedy for Autism event. It was extremely successful. We probably earned about $1,000. Everybody was laughing and happy and having a good time. So thank you for all those who attended, and we'll be coming back with some more fun things to do. Thanks for allowing us this time to speak to you about what the Special Education Advisory Committee has been doing. On June 1st, we had a community meeting held in the district office, and at this meeting, the agenda was set to gain individual parents' opinions and suggestions for what they deem to be priorities for their children in special education. And we have, at every meeting, more and more parents coming. It's really great because they have some good ideas. On August 11th, the Cleveland School is going to hold its open house. The SEAC is going to be on hand to do a presentation on the importance of inclusion in your school, and we'll be joined by staffs of several agencies that run inclusion programs, as well as some general education students and parents who participate in those programs. On August 3rd or 31st, we haven't decided which yet, we'll be giving, the Cleveland School will be doing an all-staff presentation, and we'll be doing that on autism. We'll be collaborating with the Autism Society of Santa Barbara under the auspices of their Autism Community Comprehension Education Program. So anyone in the community who wishes to receive additional information or resources can come and have the opportunity to do that. The particulars for both of these presentations will be emailed to you with the exact dates and times so that you could attend if you wish. Additional inclusion and awareness presentations will be taking place at many Santa Barbara School District schools once the new year begins. These are in direct response to our presentation to the principals this past spring, where they've actually called us and said, we'd like for you to do that for us. So the SEAC membership would like to take this opportunity to thank the Board of Education for its continued support. We'd like you to know that we're committed to systemic change in our special education services, and we look forward to our continued collaboration with Dr. Mills and her team. Although it's not the job of the board to micromanage the special ed department, the parents feel it is important that Dr. Mills be empowered to run her department, and that all systemic roadblocks standing in her way would be removed, so she can move forward in establishing an efficient and responsive program. We'd also like to thank Susan Deacon and Kate Parker for their comments last week when they expressed how SEAC has played an important part in the changes in our school district. We want the board to know that we remain fully committed to continuing the work that we started 2 years ago almost. Collaboration, personalized training, and support are key goals for the SEAC. Our SEAC kudos this month go to Joanne Keynes for her outstanding commitment to her students at LaCoumbre Junior High. In an atmosphere which can be as challenging as they come, Joanne has been a leader to her students. She sets standards, holds her students, herself, and her staff accountable. This never seemed as evident as with the results of the 2008-2009 API scores. Her scores have shown so much improvement that we really look forward with anticipation to this year's scores. Her commitment to implementing Read 180 with fidelity and accountability is further evidence that she's turning the academic lives of students around to loving learning and being successful. Congratulations to Joanne. So just some random thoughts from Margaret Mead, one of my favorite people. A small group of thoughtful people could change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that ever has. We are now at a point where we must educate our children in what no one knew yesterday and prepare our schools for what no one knows yet. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kathy. F4 has been pulled from the agenda. F5. Oh, public comment, I'm sorry.
Lauren Mason.
Good evening. I come to these meetings and see parents, many of them single parents of special education children, here well into the night, or in some cases the following day. I thought that the board agreed about a month ago to place their agenda items at an earlier time. I don't know about your policies and procedures concerning this, but I believe you could do this if you really wanted to. The least that you could do for these parents is to make this change so that they can get home to their children at a decent hour. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
We pulled F4. F5, Secondary District Honors Coursework Evaluation Plan.
Robin Swaski will make this presentation.
Okay, and I'm also going to ask Dr. Davis Hayden to come up because he's part of this ongoing project here. We're just in the beginning stages. As you know, when you adopted the Secondary District Honors coursework plan back in March, part of it included the program evaluation, and I've put the language there because I want to refer to that and specifically talk about one point. I'll read it aloud, particularly for the public. Program evaluation will be completed through an outside agency. The proposal and plan for evaluation services will be developed in the summer of 2010 before the 2010-2011 school year begins. The specifics of the evaluation plan and the stakeholders group will be more fully developed at a future board meeting. Here's the start of it at this future board meeting, this one tonight. What we've started is, as you know, there were a group of parents that formed called Parents for Excellence in Public Education that really rallied around and worked with us in a really collaborative way to develop and refine the coursework plan. I've been talking with them since March when we approved this, met with them a couple times and talked over the phone. Having them be a part of the stakeholders, and they expressed desire, right off the bat to be the stakeholders. So in working with them, they have agreed that an important part in this evaluation plan is for them to help with specifically the survey questions for parents and students and teachers. And making sure that everything they feel is important is included in that as part of the evaluation. So what we're, right now, where we are, is that Dr. Hayden and I have met with Sandy Robertson, coordinator for the GATE and Honors Now plan, because she's been working with the teachers that are, and with Cynthia White with the professional development. And of course, she's intimately involved with this. One of her district advisory committee, so-called DAC committee members, is a professional survey writer, and she writes questions and has helped with the GATE survey. That's what she does for a living. So we've asked her to meet with the group of parents or representatives and with Sandy, and probably Dr. Hayden and I will be involved as far as refining what we want to have go into the survey piece in particular, and then also the evaluation as a whole, but particularly those survey questions. They're working right now on those questions, and so I believe they've met once. Sandy's met or talked with a lead rep with that parent group, and we'll be refining that. What we wanted to bring to you tonight was our beginning steps in this, because we know that you've approved the plan, so you don't really necessarily have to approve the evaluation plan, I don't believe, but we want to keep you abreast and apprised of what we're doing. The one piece that, and Dr. Hayden will talk somewhat to this as he reviews the second page where we've started some ideas on collection of data. One thing we want to add to that is our teacher preparation by school. The principals and teachers feel that this professional development of the teachers is really important, and that should be reflected in the program evaluation. You may have other ideas as well that you've thought of in preparing for tonight's meeting, but this was our start at what we wanted to collect, and we want to add that teacher prep piece. The one part that we feel like we need to address, I feel like the stakeholders group, I don't believe we want for this type of program another stakeholders group like we had with special education. I believe this meant that we would be including the stakeholders that were part of the process. We're doing that, and we would continue to expand through, through the year with the different parents and any community members that want to be a part of it. I believe we've addressed that part. The outside agency part is an interesting part for us, and I understand the reason that was put in as far as an evaluation. So I want to explain what we have so far. Davis can talk about the data and how that could be considered outside, but I want to say that we did get a survey estimate for our special education survey from UCSB. It turned out to be, I'm sure it's comparable to any other outside agency, but rather expensive for what we would do. I mean, over $30,000 if we really wanted to have a full report. We didn't feel that that was, in these lean times, something we would want to spend that much money on. So what we're thinking is that our Google Apps, I mean, what we use for our email and what we can have for free is a survey where it's like SurveyMonkey, it's like Zoomerang, it's completely anonymous. And in working, so we could do online surveys for students at schools, parents who could access that. We can also develop then our surveys in English and in Spanish, of course, for all of that, but with our parent group and our stakeholders, so that it's really outside, that it's anonymous, that everyone feels comfortable giving feedback. And I believe that's why the outside piece is in place. The types of survey data that you get are analyzed to some point. You get something, not just raw data. It will disaggregate it for you. It'll do a lot of different things, and of course, Dr. Hayden can do some of that. So we want your thoughts on that outside agency piece because it is in the approved plan. And I think before we talk about that, I'll let Dr. Hayden explain the data pieces and how we would collect that and how that might be considered outside in quotes as well.
Well, I believe as Robin mentioned, this survey will not be primarily developed by us. It will be primarily developed by the parents and the stakeholders. And they don't need to have a professional group develop it because the Google Forms that can generate a survey is so simple to use. It's just like Zoomerang or SurveyMonkey. They can develop it right then and there. So I think to some extent we are counting on them to help be the eyes and ears that are outside of the district to generate that survey. But then for the hard data, we do have several sources of hard data. We have benchmark exams, which are generated by the actual companies that we use for the textbooks for these courses. So they're not generated by us, they're generated by them. We also have the CSTs that, once again, are outside us. We're not generating them, and we can see objective measures of how students are performing on the CSTs. So we have a schedule of what we're going to do when. We're going to be looking at enrollments, we're going to be looking at grades, we're going to be looking at benchmarks, we're going to be looking at CST scores. And so we consider that to be hard data on how the students are doing and how they're being compared, and looking at them through different variables such as ethnicity or whether they're gate standing or not gate standing and those type of variables. So that's what we're planning on doing if it sounds fine with the board.
So we'd like your comments and ideas on the data we're collecting, the process we're suggesting, and your thoughts specifically about that outside agency piece and if we're meeting that at all, if there's something else we need to do to meet that expectation here.
Mrs. Deacon?
I'm not sure I was ever wedded to the outside agency piece, so I'm certainly not wedded to it now either. And I think what you're describing sounds reasonable with one exception, and I'm concerned about some of our low-income families and relying strictly on an online survey. And so could you address how that?
Right. I'm sorry I didn't make that more explicit. It would be available online, but we certainly would have everything mailed out to our parents. We do that with the GATE surveys. We hit everybody in English and Spanish, and one way or the other. And I'm not sure exactly how we don't waste paper in that way, but I know that Sandy Robertson, and particularly this person on the DAC committee that is a professional with surveys, they know the process how to do that, so we don't miss anyone.
And who are we surveying?
Well, we could obviously do the online survey with the teachers and the staff because they all have Google accounts. We may actually have Google accounts for all the students in the school, so they could do, if we did a survey of students, we may be able to do that at school with the students. So there are a few populations we may be able to just use the anonymous online survey with. But Robin is, Robin Zawadzki is correct. We'll have to figure out another method to make sure we get all of the parents involved.
And by all the parents, are we talking?
Do you mean, you mean, we're not just talking about our GATE identified
Right.
students. We're
Right.
talking about students who are in honors coursework, all of, the AP classes, the honors classes that were formerly GATE classes, all of that we included in the honors coursework that have the contract that they've been working on, some have already signed, all of that.
And does that include students who we've identified as being eligible for honors that are not in honors yet?
That's a good question.
Ella, eligible for honors
You
but
mean
have not taken, you mean
eligible-
eligible for
Isn't that the
GATE?
population we're really looking at in some ways, or?
Oh, I see what you're saying when you're talking about access and all of that, like who, okay, and roadblocks, how do we, okay, that's a good point. We should look at,
How do we identify it?
Yes.
That would almost have to be all students. Maybe one of the surveys in the third or fourth week of class could be a survey for all students in terms of, were you aware that you had access to honors classes? Were you aware, something of that nature? That might be something we could include. It'd be expensive to do a mail out, but we could figure something out.
if you're talking students, we could do it in class.
We could do it in
school,
classes.
online.
And maybe a random sampling of parents of some of those students? I don't think we want to survey all parents, but, I mean, a large motivation was to identify students who are eligible for these classes that aren't in them, and so I think they're important respondents in the survey.
You know, you're right. We could do a random sample, but we could, I'm trying to think of how we would know how to classify the students if they're anonymous. We can figure something out, and we'll think about this for a bit, okay?
One point too that the parents in particular that we're working with are concerned about is making sure that our GATE students, we want to know which students are identified GATE to make sure that the rigor of this courses is up there even more than it was before, but their needs are being met as well, because that's a piece that we've guaranteed that won't happen, that the rigor goes down. So there's that's an important piece. It's important to know if all students who were eligible got in and those roadblocks were addressed, that was the main thrust of this.
Mrs. Cordero?
Well, that was going to be my question too, was who actually was being surveyed, and so I'm glad that Deacon brought that up, because when we talk about access and roadblocks, it is important to know the students who didn't participate, what kept them out.
Right.
And then also, particularly Spanish-speaking parents, if we do a random sample of parents, I think it'd be important to make sure that we also include the Spanish-speaking parents to find out also how aware they are of the availability of these classes and the fact that their students have access or can participate. Then I just want to clarify one thing. On the list where it says, the second item says difficulty, does that refer to the rigor of the course?
Yes.
Okay, okay. And then I think, I wondered if there was some way to also ask a question about, and I don't know exactly how to word this, it might fall under satisfaction, but one of the things that we had discussed when we were talking about all of this was the fact that a lot of students, when they enter the course, because they may be the only Latino student in the class, et cetera, that there are sort of affective factors that affect whether they want to continue or not. And so there were two questions I wanted to ask. One was that, which I think is a little bit tricky to figure out how to word exactly, but something about, was there a supportive climate? Did they feel, was the climate of the course, of the classroom? And the second one that I thought would be interesting to ask them would be, do they plan to continue to take honors courses?
I'd like to add that actually after this list was made, there were several more suggestions that were given to us. I don't see them on here, so there's probably going to be even more suggestions by the time the parent groups get together. But these are good ones, yes.
Yes,
Dr.
I
Noel.
have a number of questions. As I look down this list, at least there's a big emphasis on outcome measures, right?
Well, in the top section, yes, we're trying to look at
Yeah,
some outcome
that's what I'm
measures,
talking about.
yeah.
Okay, what I don't see is a very much elaboration of the independent variables that you're going to want to correlate with outcomes.
The usual ones, we'll be pulling in
Well, I'm not talking about the
ethnicity
usual
and-
ones. What,
Oh, okay, well, go ahead and give us
It seems to
some.
me, I mean, the essence of this whole debate has been, as has been mentioned by other board members, the question of rigor, the question of the nature of the curriculum, that there have been guarantees or assurances to the public that the GATE standards would be met, taught to and met, and I don't see any gathering of information about those kinds of things. To what extent? I'm not telling you how to do this because I haven't thought that much about it, but I think one would want to be able to say of every class, to what extent, not just how rigorous was it, but to what extent was there differentiation? Was there how many different student ability levels were in that class? I mean, this was the core of the debate. Are the needs of the different levels being met? What does that mean? How much time, how much direct instructional time is the teacher giving to the different levels? How much time are the kids sent off to do seat work? How much time are they spent off to do collaborative groups? It seems to me all of these kinds of things are part of this notion of differentiation, which is utterly central to the question of the effectiveness of these merged courses. So I think we need to see independent measures of those things developed. And a few hours of brainstorming, I'm sure you come up with something. I can't read my own notes. Yeah, I think that covers most of all. Instructional resource, availability of resources, differentiated resources, what's actually going on. And I would like to see, where you have this notion of rigor down here, I don't think that's a survey question. I think that's the question that you ask somebody to take a look at this class and does this class teach a rigorous curriculum? You know?
I understand exactly what you're asking for here, Dr. Noel, because I did a lot of research in schools, and
yeah, I know.
And I know about the training that needs to go on, the protocols that need to be established. This would require to do it right. What you're asking would require probably a group of 3 or 4 people to spend a good 2 or 3 weeks of planning and developing
Well,
protocols.
that sounds reasonable. That sounds very efficient.
And also it would probably take training several graduate students, which I used to do, in how to go about it. You had to take base rates.
I'm not sure where you're going. Are you saying this is too much to do?
I'm saying that you want to put the money into this, because this would cost a considerable amount of money to do that type of research. That's all I'm indicating.
This was a major program change. And
I
it seemed-
understand.
And I think everyone understood that evaluation meant something very, very significant and thorough. And I'm not saying turn it into a massive PhD dissertation. I'm talking about getting data to let you ask and answer questions that are relevant to the policy issue. I had a few other thoughts here. I liked Mrs. Cordero's comment about climate. Some measures, some indicators of climate in the class. The sociometry of the class, by which I mean what's happening to are these students mixing more? Are they polarizing? Are they separate? And those are not hard measures to develop. Dropouts. I think it's very important, as Ms. Cordero pointed out, to talk about who's not getting in that ought to be getting in, who's leaving, because we had data that showed a continuous decline in the gate enrollments over a 3 or 4 year period for these. Oh, and that was cohort data, wasn't it? Yeah. So we certainly want to ask, if people leave the program, why are you leaving, and understand that better. I think we want to ask the teachers, and maybe you have this in here, but I think the teachers ought to be doing some, like keeping notes and kind of a little diary about the problems that they're encountering. So we have some assessment of the difficulties of implementing this program, and one learns from others' experiences and so on. I could go on, but I won't.
Can you give me your list, though? Because I would really like to have it, because
Sure.
I believe that.
I can't read them. You can't. I'll have to work on them.
Okay, but I believe some of them are definitely we can put into place, but some of them I think are, and I'm be quite honest here, are asking for probably more money and more expense than we could probably put together for this.
I'd like to think that a little creative problem solving that we could.
We can try and do that.
Take a big bite out of some of this. I mean, we've got to get. It's no sense doing it if we can't address the questions, and so I think we have to have some basic core of data that lets you say what the relationships are between these various factors as they kind of unfold in real time in the class.
I understand.
One resource that I just thought of as we were discussing this is that the College Board, the staff that did a lot of the professional development for the pre-AP in June, they're very interested in supporting our district in a big way. So there may be some resource there as far as coming and helping us evaluate the actual classroom instruction and the rigor. And I'm just saying maybe. I'm going to check this out tomorrow.
I've had the impression if they can't make a buck on it, they don't do it. But
well, it may
maybe I'm
cost
wrong.
us something, but I don't think it would be the same as, an evaluation agency coming in and doing it, because they're very interested in us being successful. I mean,
Cordero?
they'd be outside.
Well, I'm always concerned that, when we try to get perfection, we end up getting nothing, because we can never reach perfection, and so we never get it done. So I'm hoping that you will look at what's doable and what isn't, so that you can come back to us with something that we can put in place for, fall 2010, and the pieces that can't be put into place, we can discuss to see if the board as a whole wants to expend district resources, which include your time, on those things, and perhaps include them in one of the later sections, I'm sorry.
I was going to say that once we get some of these numbers in, we may actually be able to see what direction to go in terms of evaluation.
Right.
So
So
that actually may be the better step to do, is to actually get the program started, start to look at the numbers, the enrollment numbers, start to look at who's going in, who's not going in, start to look at their benchmark exams, and maybe at that point we may wish to do some of the more in-depth studies that Dr. Noel is suggesting.
Right. So I'm just hoping that we're not going to overwhelm you to the point where we can't get something in place.
Okay.
I want to underline one thing that I think was very important in the whole discussion, and that was that, and it also has to do with our applications for and our acceptance of state monies, that the GATE curriculum and the GATE standards are being taught. And I think we have to have some indicators of that, quantitative, qualitative.
Well, actually, there isn't a GATE curriculum, and that's something that our teachers
But
began
we have
working
one,
on.
and the public was told that all they had to do was go to Sandy Robertson and she would give it to them. That
A
is-
GATE curriculum?
And that all the courses, they're required to have a description of all the courses.
Oh, that's what I was just
Okay.
talking about. We have, they,
So we know,
yes.
so a parent
We're-
can go and has a benchmark, can go and get for a particular course how it was taught when it was a GATE course, okay? Now the question is, now that it is a mixed course, is that curriculum still being taught? And there are GATE standards. Okay. I think we have to be able to address that question with data.
That's what the teachers began working on in May. They continued it with the pre-AP. They're continuing through the full year at every one of our schools. There's lead teachers, there's a group of science teachers, math teachers, English.
I'm talking about
that-
evaluation, Mrs.
Yes,
Soroki.
they're
That's what
looking
I'm
at the
talking
course
about.
curriculum, what used to be their syllabi for their GATE courses that were all over the board across the district, not similar at all. They have begun working to make those common across the district with their, school little individual pieces that go along with it, but common and up to a level of rigor that they believe meet the GATE
I
standards.
understand that. My point is not that. My point is, when we come to evaluate this, did they in fact do it? I know they're working on it.
Oh, yes.
Did it
Well,
happen in the classroom? That's the issue.
That's exactly what we're all talking about.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to G, the consent agenda, and see how long that takes. D2 was pulled by Susan Deacon.
I'm going to make a motion to approve this, but let me tell you why I pulled it. This is something for us, I just want us to think about for the future. At least one of these fundraisers is selling water and in plastic water bottles, and I would like, and I don't want to deprive anybody of water, and I think it's great people are drinking it, but I would like us to brainstorm maybe a little bit about ways to get away from proliferating the use of all these water bottles. I mean, I know the city is no longer serving individual-sized bottled water at their events, and I would just like us to start thinking about creative ways to move away from that. So I will move to go ahead and approve D2.
Second.
I had also a comment on that one. I noticed a number of bake sales, and I noticed vending machine at one high school. I guess my question is, are all of these being done in accordance with our wellness? 30 minutes after school where there's bake sales and
Yes.
vending machines that have stuff in
Yes.
it that's wellness stuff?
Are all the vending machines,
Well,
I'm not positive on that. We are definitely making sure, monitoring it. I know the bake sales are definitely that. If it doesn't say that explicitly, my secretary calls and makes sure they understand that and they're following the wellness policy.
There's one vending machine that makes $4,500. I think it's Dos Pueblos.
Yes.
I just want to make sure that those vending machines follow our policy. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. D5, Dr. Noel.
This is the application for funding from the California Partnership Academies Program. And my position on this is well known to me anyway, and maybe some of you may remember that I've criticized it in the past, that the VADA and the MAD academies are not consonant with the intention of the statute. That is a program designed for at-risk kids predominantly, And on top of that, and correlated with that, that both of these academies are disproportionately white and non-socioeconomically disadvantaged, not in any way related to the proportions at the school or the district. I want to be able to vote for no on this. That's why I pulled it.
We have public comment. Would you like to take it down?
Yes.
Okay. Angelo Salvucci.
Good evening. Angelo Salvucci. I'm the new president of the Mad Academy Foundation Board, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I want to address specifically Dr. Noel's comments and appreciate him making them. We have on the board, on which I've sat for 3 years now, heard them, and I want to reassure him and the rest of the board that we are addressing them. The first is with regard to our compliance with the state statute, and I believe that our reports over the last 13 years have substantiated that we have been in compliance with the state statute. But we have the additional concern that Dr. Noel has expressed regarding the underserved youth, and we take this seriously, and that's why I'm here tonight. And I want to tell you some of the steps we've taken. Some of them are written and that Dr. Caprito will share with you, but I wanted to augment that. We make presentations to every 9th grade English class to raise awareness. We're working with counselors to identify prospective students, and in the 9th grade we offer pre-MAD classes. Over the last 2 years that has been done, specifically last year, and the results have been, when we first started MAD, there were fewer than 10% females. We have been able to correct that gender inequality, and now approximately 50% of the incoming students are female. That's at our target. Last year we had 16% Latino. This new incoming class, based on the efforts I just talked to you about, is 23%, slightly higher than what you saw as the overall average. Our target for next year is 35%, and let me tell you how we're going to get there. We have begun to diversify our board. We ourselves are now more diverse, and we have recently recruited a mother of one of the new Latino students. We're developing a partnership with the Boys and Girls Club. One of our new board members is a member of that organization and is developing a partnership as we speak. And perhaps the most exciting is a development program with Santa Barbara Junior High, where we have contracted with the Academy of Healing Arts. I think you're familiar with them. That's funded through the Police and Weingarten Foundations. They're going to provide 4 facilitators. They're going to recruit and select 40 underrepresented students in the 8th grade. They're going to provide social and emotional learning skills, workshops specific to MAD and VADA. And we're going to arrange for visits by current MAD students and teachers. They'll be followed by a summer workshop and continue on in the 9th grade. So in order to go from the 23% to the 35%, that's going to represent about 8 students, and we're targeting 40 in the 8th grade, in addition to the Boys and Girls Clubs and the other efforts. So we think that's reasonable, and we're going to get there. So we're not there yet, but I'm hoping what I've told you tonight gives you some assurance that we're on our way.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Salvucci.
Dr. Caprito? Give you 3 minutes.
Dr. Caprito, go ahead and come up to the podium.
I brought a couple of things, but I just want to address some key issues before I hand them to you. One is, we've been talking about this for my duration here. This is my 4th summer, and we've had this same conversation. And there are some things that I do agree with, and many things that Dr. Noel has to say are legitimate. I mean, we have some issues that we have. The two issues that I see clearly are that we don't have underrepresented kids in these programs. There's not, it's not a question about that. The two issues that come out of that, however, have to do with what do we do about it? Do we stop the program? Do we say it's not going to go? And then we start over or do what? Because we have two very well-established programs that we need to continue to deal with and try to repair the problem. Dr. Salvucci gave a couple of examples of things that both groups are doing, but I want to give you a little bit more detail about what we've done in the past and the direction that we're going to go, even to an extent that the entire school population is taking when we address the issues of diversity at Santa Barbara High School. I know through a directive, my directive with both directors, we talked about developing a plan, a diversity plan. And I have a copy for you in case you don't have it, but I'll give it to you in just a moment. And throughout that plan, we have to recognize that each one of these plans truly is a plan, and they're all a work in progress because things do change. Here's an example of a change. I went over to the core group that is run at the junior high, for example. And I went with David Hodges because our bridge program will change next year, and that's not a topic of this discussion. But one of the things I want to share with you is that they've done a great job over there taking these 30 kids, 30 of the greatest at-risk kids, and put them in 2 classrooms and really have done a marvelous job working on things like self-esteem, self-awareness, grade point average education, sociological development, and just talking to them about being human beings. And when I went over to visit with them, I asked them, what is the one thing that you really need from us when you move to the high school? And the comment was, we just need somebody to talk to. And I thought, well, that's easy to do. But it's not as easy as it sounds. It really is not that easy. And when we talk to them in further detail, you have kids in these programs that want to be doctors and lawyers and firemen and professional people. They really have aspirations. We talk to them about some of these academies and programs. To that extent, what we've done is had some money earmarked for AHA. We've pulled that money back because we're essentially working along with them. We've added 2 counselors to work with this core group of students for the summer. Because what we found last year through my research is we lost these kids. Somewhere through the year, the kids that they worked so hard at the junior high school with, we got to the high school, and somewhere around the end of the 3rd quarter, these kids started disappearing on us. We didn't do our job. It's real simple. So in an effort to recapture those kids, we've worked with the gang task force. That's where many of these kids went. They have problems. We've talked to the kids who had gone to El Puente. Some of the kids even made it so far just because of their age at La Cuesta, but they weren't at Santa Barbara High School. Many of them were gone. We have a summer program now. In fact, they have a field trip tomorrow. We're funding a summer program for these 30 kids that will give them and keep them on target with a continued continuity with 2 counselors throughout the course of the summer. So they're being paid to meet with these kids throughout the course of the summer and run educational programs and field trips with them throughout the 8 or 9 weeks that we have left. Additionally, that same group of kids, we're going to target a similar program for at Santa Barbara High School. It's a funding issue, but we're going to keep the program alive for the first semester of the school year before they're transferred in to the regular program. So they will have that opportunity to work one-on-one with the teacher in a very, very small group. But throughout that process, they're going to be engaging in the activities of the academies and the other art programs that we have, because we have pre-academy programs with the MAT 105 that SBCC offers. We also have a couple of different programs that we're looking into, including CAD, that we're hoping to either open in the fall or a year from now, that will attract these kids using VEA funds. So it's a process. It's a long, long process. Additionally, I asked for the group to look at gathering information, and this is what the school is doing, and to get a better, more clear representation of what we're doing. It's not just about the academies. Dr. Noel, I appreciate your comments, but this is not just an academy issue. This is a school-wide issue. It's a school-wide issue because, as I said before I even arrived at this podium, we have 2 schools at that high school. And for us not to deal with that, to just look at the academies is not in our best interest right now. What our best interest is looking at the entire population, looking at the issue of diversity and cultural diversity at our high school to see what we can do to pull this school together. If you look at our WASC plan and look at the new Goal 4, it is a 4-year plan that's built on a model at Berkeley High School. It's a model that they used through the Diversity Project, and if you had a brief description of it, read the book Unfinished Business, because that's what we're modeling this program after. And this is a 4-year plan that will look at doing 2 things. One is identifying what the issues are, the cultural, socioeconomic issues of our students, trying to get them together in a multitude of ways. And number 2, once we find this data, what are we going to do about it? What can we do to pull this high school together? Because I wish it was as simple as this. I wish it was as simple as making the academies look like the school. But it's not that easy. And it was that easy before I started, but it's not that easy now. Because when you live it with these kids, you're going to find clearly that they work together, they play together, you'll see them in sports, you'll see them in classrooms, but as soon as they walk out of those doors, they're a separate group of people. And it's really, really hard to tackle. So our goal is not just to look at one program. It's not just to look at 2 programs. It's not even to look at honors or GATE. It's really to look at the school as a whole, because we're skirting the issue. And it's my opinion, I'm going to be honest. In my opinion, in the first 2 years that I was here, we did skirt the issue, trying to figure out what the problem was and what we're going to do about it. And now I think we have a plan, but it's not going to happen overnight. It's going to take a long time for us to work on this, because it took a long time for it to develop. So our best efforts are going to be to work more closely with the kids, to work more closely with the culture. We have committees being developed, not as we speak, but committees being developed that will follow a pattern, that will do investigations on what is going on with the parents, what's going on with the kids, what's going on with the existing teachers that we have and the programs that we offer at the high school. I think that once we get to a point that we can share more, we have a good program in place, but there is a plan to address this issue.
Thank you. Mr. Cordero?
I was just going to say thank you, Dr. Caprito, and I agree with you that it's more than just an academy concern, and I would say it's even more than just a school-wide concern. It's a district-wide concern. So thank you.
I want to just leave these in case you don't have.
Dr. Noel?
Yes, I wanted to really express my delight at your comments particularly, and at yours. It's been a long time, and we have not had a presentation such as you gave us before this board, telling us about what you're going to do about it, and that's very heartening. It seems to me that that one of the things that you need to take a careful look at is that fund solicitation letter that you send out, asking parents for a couple $1,000 to help the academies. The expectation, I mean, surely you don't think that that takes place in a vacuum, that the expectation that to go into that academy puts a parent in a position of having to say, I don't have the money. It seems to me that that is a systemic bias about who you're going to get in the academies. You also have that's an expectation problem. You may have a legal problem. I always lose this argument, but I read the law differently than you do. The match is supposed to be 100%, 1/3 from the district, 1/3 from the state, and 1/3 from the businesses in the community, who are also supposed to take the students as interns. And yet, the best I can tell is that, in fact, it's the parent money that you get with those $2,000 gifts that becomes the match. That is a distortion of the meaning of the partnership academies, and I think that you need to take a look at that. Finally, you have a perception problem, and I don't know how much you talk to them, but some of these parents actually talk to board members, and I get pictures that the word is in higher socioeconomic circles that if you want to keep your kids out of the general population, send them to VADA, send them to MAD. Sure, they have to take a couple of technical courses, but they have good courses, high quality instruction, very much university-oriented instruction, and that's, of course, the thing that I find so disconcerting, is because that, I think, is just antithetical to the spirit and the letter of the California Partnership Academy program, which is an at-risk program, essentially. So anyway, I think you have your work cut out for you. I'm glad to see that you're addressing the problem. I'm leaving the school board, and I hope that I'm sure that you'll continue to address it aggressively.
Thank you.
I just have one question, too. It's minor.
Too late.
No, but on the application form, there's a question of what's your parent's occupation?
Yeah, that
Now,
was
I can-
addressed in both by both groups. And part of the answer that I got from both of the, and we ask it also in other areas, and the reason we ask it is because we want to know what is available to us. What, you know, we're in a position that we need to be able to find out what resources are available. And so we ask the question to see if we have a particular person involved with a particular industry that helps us.
I totally understand that.
Okay.
But I need your assurance that that question is not used to judge who gets into the program.
Not at all.
That's just-
You have my assurance. I can't, I would be,
It's-
this would be the first time I would ever have heard of that.
Yeah, if it's used after, if you find out after they're accepted what their parents do, for the purposes you're saying, I understand it.
Right.
But if there's any inference that that question leads to people not applying
Yeah.
because they're not happy with their employment or whatever it is, and think that might be used against them, I think it's a question that is asked at the wrong time.
If it would make the board feel more comfortable, I have no objection of even pulling that question or suggesting to our academies that they pull the question. It's not a factor for us. We can, that information can be found out afterwards.
I would appreciate pulling it.
Sure.
And then if you need that information, asking it after the students are accepted into the program.
Easy to do.
Thanks.
Do I have a motion on
Move to approve item D.
Second.
D5?
D5, sorry, D5.
Discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion passes 4-1.
Lots of encouragement, but still a no vote there from Dr. Noel.
Yeah. I asked for D13 to be pulled. I found my answer. All in favor, I will move that D13 be approved.
Second.
We're all ready to
All in
go.
favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, carried. On D18, I pulled that. I just had a couple comments, I guess. I'm still not happy that the validation issue wasn't discussed to the point that I thought it should be discussed. There are now good safeguards in this document that if in fact there's a legal challenge, we have a way to get out of the mess if it does get into a legal mess. But two questions. One, as I understand it, if there is a legal mess, it's our dime. We pay the cost of any legal matter, which bothers me because we're doing it for the school. We're doing it for the foundation. We're doing it fast because of a time schedule they've imposed on us. But yet if that, because of what we do, we end up getting to a legal battle, then we have legal costs that aren't being paid by the foundation. So that bothers me. The second is minor. It's what, $5,000 or $6,000 out of developer fees to pay some rent at $500 a month. I sometimes get the feeling that developer fees are just a piggy bank that we decide to use, and all I can say is there's $6,000 being used there that could have been spent on some other priority. I presume we have priorities for developer fees, but we just seem to be picking it out, and I see the use of developer fees as just it's a no-brainer to just use it. But I don't see why, if there's a $6,000 expense, and this is a funding by the foundation, that the foundation doesn't pick up the $6,000. So just two comments on it, and I won't want to, but I'm happy that the validation part was at least covered in the contract. And in the future, I hope we can have time to do validation process if necessary. Mrs. Deacon?
Well, I'm willing to go ahead and move to approve this. I did have one question also, which is, it looks like the contractor is going to pay for light, water, and power. Is that right? It's on page 2 of 37. It says, unless otherwise stipulated, contractor shall perform all work and provide and pay for all materials, including but not limited to light, water, and power. I was just wondering how we're going to calculate their use and expense, therefore.
I'm not sure how to answer that question. Typically, when there's a construction site, the contractor will bring in some temporary utilities. Here, that may be a power pole with a separate meter from Edison. I haven't had that question in advance. I didn't talk to Mr. Mayrose. I don't know what's in the plans and specifications themselves, which would dictate how the contractor is able to access power, water, and other utilities. I do know that they do provide their own telephones. However, it's all relevant. If the contractor was going to have to pay for that, that would be included in his bid. If he wasn't going to have to, it wouldn't. So in the end, whether he pays for it one way or another, basically the district would end up, or the foundation and that project would end up paying for that, is the bottom line.
Okay, thank you. And I'm sure the rest of the board saw this. I just have to point out Article 3, quiet enjoyment. This raises legalese to a new height where we're agreeing to prevent the contractor from having quiet and peaceable possession and enjoyment of the site, or we're agreeing that we won't take any action that would deprive them of quiet and peaceable enjoyment of the site.
Mrs. Parker?
Well, I'd like to second the motion if it hasn't been seconded.
No, there was a motion, but
Okay, I'll second the motion. I would just like to say, I think in some ways, Mr. Herron, I feel the opposite of what you've articulated, in the sense that I see these as our students, and the DP Engineering Foundation is doing so much for our students that we would never have been able to do without their support, but it's for what's currently a rather small group of students. It's going to expand to hundreds of students, and I thought that the board wanted to get this done quickly and to use a contractor that we knew would be, that we've had good experiences with in the past and would be likely to be effective in this construction. And so I'm really comfortable with this. Thank you, Mr. Hedjunk. I had asked you earlier about what the working hours would be. It was really helpful to know that there have already been conversations with neighbors about working conditions and hours. So thank you for that clarification, since work won't start before 7:30 in the morning. And that's it for me. I'm excited. I can't wait till the groundbreaking.
I think we all are, yes.
And Mr. Herron, yes, we do plan on using validation in all future requests for this type of process.
Yeah. I just don't want the legal liability, because we pay it. Any further? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you.
I'm going to pull F7, so we'll go to H, coming events. Any? Okay. How about future agenda items? Mrs. Parker?
I think, as most of us know, the CSBA and other educational organizations have joined together in a lawsuit against the state of California on education funding. And I would really like us to have a discussion around possibly supporting that lawsuit. And so I'd like to see that come to a future agenda item.
Was that already in the board brief?
The resolution, the draft language,
Yes,
or? I
draft
think so.
language? Okay, good. Thank you. We'll use that as a template.
I don't think it was in a board brief. I think
We got an email.
you emailed it to us.
Yeah, we got an email
Oh,
asking us
oh.
if we
Yeah,
wanted to
asking if we
participate.
wanted.
All right,
Yeah.
thank you.
Mr. Heron, could I ask that on F7, the 3000 series, that either when board members leave their board books tonight, that these are kept so that when we come back, they can just be reused, or if we take them with us, we will bring them back ourselves.
And also on that topic, if anybody has any suggestions or questions, if you can get them answered before the next meeting, that would be a great help.
That's good. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, adjourn.